Always good to be with you. Always good to be with you on stage. Isn't it good?
Please rise for the national anthem of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
As we look upon today's milestones of our journey, it seems we've reached the top. Yet recalling the words,
لو كنت عمرك when I was your age.
أتذكر كيف كنا نصمم مدننا بطريقة ذكية.
We designed it intelligently.
you are the foundation of this progress. You created it, contributed to it, and now we are the ones to continue this legacy into a new era. We build a smart environment, craft smart solutions, and establish smart governance. We provide smart healthcare and smart energy, and build a smart economy. We develop smart education and a smart society and smart cities for a better life.
Assalamu alaikum. Highnesses, Excellencies, special guests, colleagues and friends, a very good morning to you and welcome to the Global Smart City Forum, Riyadh. My name is Dubi Makhabo, and this gentleman over here, his name is Ollie Barrett. Ollie, it's always such a pleasure to be in Riyadh, isn't it?
Well, good morning to me and good morning to you all. It is an absolute honor to be back here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, together for 2 days to discuss so many things, and especially smart and innovative solutions to some of the great challenges, especially of sustainability to me.
So basically what Ollie is saying is that we're gathered here to ensure that trying to find the solutions to how people can live better in cities, how they can have better access to services, how those services can be delivered more effectively and efficiently, and of course, all of that means more economic growth.
Well, now you put it like that, that's an event that I would like to be part of for 2 days. And what are 2 days we have in store, honored guests? We have political leaders, business leaders, entrepreneurs, innovators, policymakers, academics from all around the world to me. 40 and more countries and over 80 speakers appearing on this stage.
Absolutely, it's incredible. Of course, people here in Riyadh and around the world, welcome to you as well. Now, this is the Smart City Forum, and I know you're all smart, and I know you have smart devices with millions of smart followers. How good was that? Okay. To make sure that your followers know exactly where you are and exactly what you are doing, I'm going to give you the handles and the hashtags for this event, for X, for LinkedIn, and for Instagram. The handle is SmartC and the hashtags are Global Smart City Forum and hashtag A Better Life. And a quick reminder, we of course also have translation available. So we have English, Arabic, Spanish, French, and Korean.
Excellent. Well, there's a huge amount to get in. I will be hashtagging away there to me. Thank you for the reminder, but I cannot wait to get this brilliant forum started.
Yes, absolutely. Now, there's never anything quite like a welcome received from your host. So, at this point in time, Ollie and I are going to stop talking, and I'm going to ask you to please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Sharaf Al-Hamdi, the President of the Saudi Data and AI Authority, our host.
السلام عليكم وصبحكم الله بالخير جميعا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and heartfelt welcome to the Global Smart City Forum in Riyadh, where we unite for a better life. Today, we stand at the crossroads of tradition and innovation, reminded that while we reach for the stars with data and technology, our feet remain firmly planted in the surface of our citizens and city residents. In this forum, we have more than 100 speakers representing 40 countries from around the globe. We gather today and tomorrow to achieve three main objectives: envision sustainable smart cities of the future, enhance governance, smart city initiatives globally for the government, stimulate businesses to invest in building smart solutions. During this global forum, we will discuss critical topics, including the role of technologies in global cities, the future of urban mobility and congestion solutions, the disruptive innovation in shaping future cities, and planning for green and sustainable cities in the next decade, and more. We started building the National Smart City Platform, Smart C for short, a couple of years ago to implement the vision of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince and Chair of Sadaya's Board of Directors. We are profoundly thankful for his guidance, which has been instrumental in achieving the remarkable outcomes that align with his forward-thinking vision for our nation. In the year 2023, the combined efforts of the government entities utilizing Smart C has contributed to a 36% reduction in traffic congestion of the roads network, leading to the venue of a major conference in Riyadh in comparison with the year 2022. We also developed algorithms and models to continuously detect visual pollution in our streets using weekly running footage of the main cities in the kingdom, in collaboration with MOMRA, the Ministry of Municipality, supporting national efforts to sustain urban scenery in the kingdom and improving the quality of life. During the last Hajj season, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior, we supported traffic and crowd management in one of the world's most challenging event scenarios with several advanced analytics and AI solutions, resulting in reducing the waiting time at the entrance gate of Mecca region significantly. We also contributed to the national efforts to increase green space per capita by 9%, utilizing Smart C capabilities to detect and monitor the level of forestation per capita in Riyadh. We believe in fostering the smart city ecosystem to enable sustainable growth. Some examples include launching the Smart City Accelerator program with strong participation from local and international startups. This initiative created business opportunities related to smart cities and facilitated market access to more than 100 teams from 39 universities. We also launched the Smartathon Challenge as part of the Global AI Summit with our partners, offering modern solutions to improve urban landscape, energized by 16,000 participants from more than 90 countries and creating 650 solutions to real problems. The development of the National Digital Identity Platform, NAFAD, and the National Super App, Tawakkalna, have saved the equivalent of 19 days for each individual in the kingdom. Finally, I'd like to thank you all for embarking on this noble journey with us. By uniting in this endeavor, we are doing much more than just planning urban spaces. We are sowing the seeds for a future that is safe, and more efficient and sustainable for a better life. Thank you.
Many thanks to His Excellency for those words of welcome on this symbolic occasion, seeing this forum as convener, as platform, as connector across nations, drawing our attention to some of the biggest challenges to rise to around the world. Now it's time to welcome our next very special guest. They lead a brilliant team, a fascinating organization, because they are Chief Executive of FERA Barcelona. Please give a warm forum welcome to Ricard Zapatero.
Good morning, everybody, Your Excellencies, dear friends. Please let me bring the most warming greetings from the city of Barcelona. Since 2011 in Barcelona, we have been organizing Smart City Expo World Congress, which today is the biggest event about smart cities which is happening on the planet. In this event, we are gathering cities from 800 different places around the world, from 140 countries, and we are partnering with the best people around the world to have the best events ever. For the first time, Smart City Expo World Congress is partnering with Sedaya to organize this fantastic Global Smart City Forum in Riyadh. Sedaya and our Saudi partners have been one of the biggest key action players in Barcelona in Smart City Expo World Congress. And thank you to this collaboration, we are starting something which really wants to make everybody's life much better working with these smart city policies. Together with Sedaya, we are having in Riyadh this fantastic event, which is partnering with many other events around the world, bringing a fantastic network of successful events. We are in the United States, in New York, we are in China, in Shanghai, we are in Mexico, we are in Argentina, and we are in Riyadh. And during these 2 days, we will have a fantastic gathering of the most powerful minds about smart city policies and activities. There will be discussions, there will be talkings, there will be actions to be taken. And the objective is not just talking, it's just putting together all the bright minds that should be aligned to make our lives much better. Through smart cities, through artificial intelligence, through the new technologies. After these 2 days, our main objective is that once we are finished with this forum, there will be a legacy and we will be improving everybody's lives and we will have much better projects, much better ideas, and much better moving forward for everybody on the planet. Thank you very much, and I wish you all so fruitful discussions and fruitful work for the next 2 days to come. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you so very much for those kind and exciting words. Lots of work ahead of us for the next couple of days. Now, anybody who has spent any time reading, learning, being here in the kingdom is certainly clear about the ambition that this kingdom has, whether that ambition pertains to tourism, Whether it relates to mining, whether it's sport, whether it's online sport, it certainly is ambitious. And that ambition undoubtedly extends to the cities in which its people will live now and will continue to live. So exactly what does that ambition look like? What does it entail? Well, to give us a little bit of insight, I'm going to ask you to please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency, Mr. Majid bin Abdullah Al Hugail, the Minister of Municipal, Rural Affairs and Housing. Excellency, if you can please join me.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. الضيوف الكرام، زملاء والقادة الأفاضل، من جديد في عاصمتنا الحبيبة الرياض، المدينة النابضة بالحياة والأمل والأحلام الرائعة، في المنتدى العالمي للمدن الذكية الذي تستضيفه الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي سدايا. أشارككم نجاحات وطنية كان لسواعد شبابنا وشاباتنا دور أساسي في صناعتها. بين أيدينا حلم كبير أطلقه سمو ولي العهد الأمير محمد بن سلمان بن عبد العزيز، يتمثل برؤية 2030، رؤية استثمرت كل إمكانات وقدرات هذا الوطن الكبير لتنعكس هذه النهضة التي نعيشها اليوم في بلادنا الحبيبة إيجاباً على المنطقة بأكملها. هذا الدعم وهذا الطموح جعلنا نبحث عن التجارب المميزة ونستقطب النماذج الاستثنائية لنعبر نحو أهدافنا، ومن خلال هذا المبدأ ننطلق في رحلتنا الطموحة لإعادة تشكيل المشهد الحضري لمدننا، ليصبح الجميع شريكاً متكاملاً معنا في البناء والتنمية واستدامة وازدهار المدن. وبما أننا نتحدث عن المستقبل، فهذا يعني تحقيق مفهوم المدن الذكية. فما هو مفهومنا للمدن الذكية؟ بلا شك هي ليست مجرد مناطق حضرية مجهزة بالتكنولوجيا، إنها نظم بيئية وتشغيلية تدمج الخدمات البلدية والنقل والتعليم والصحة والسياحة وغيرها من الأعمال والخدمات، بحيث يتم تصميمها لتحسين جودة حياة السكان. ومن هذا المنطلق سأقوم بالتركيز على القطاع البلدي، والذي يؤدي دوراً أساسياً في تكوين مدننا الذكية عبر 4 محاور: رؤية طموحة للسعودية، مجموعة من الإنجازات التي حققناها ولله الحمد حتى الآن، الجهود والخطط المستمرة لتحسين ذكاء مدننا، الغاية في التشارك بين الجهات لتعزيز الحياة الحضرية. لدينا رؤية 2030، وهي المسار المحدد لرحلة تحولنا، رؤية عززت في صدور السعوديين الشغف والأمل والطموح اللامحدود، ومن خلالها عملنا على إطلاق استراتيجية هذا المخطط، والذي لا يهدف فقط للنمو الحضري، ولكن يتصور المدن كمراكز نابضة بالحياة والتنمية المستدامة والتكنولوجيا، حيث يعيش الناس حياة تلبي تطلعاتهم وتحقق لهم الرفاهية وتمكنهم من الإنجاز. وترتكز هذه الرؤية على إنشاء نظم بيئية وتشغيلية تعزز جودة الحياة وتغذي الابتكار في خدمات المدينة واقتصادها وكافة عناصرها. كما أننا من خلال هذه الاستراتيجية لم نستهدف فقط في تحقيق مفهوم البلديات الذكية، ولكننا قمنا بتطوير مراكزنا الحضرية في مدننا القائمة. ففي العام الماضي تم تصنيف 4 من مدننا النابضة بالحياة ضمن مؤشر المدن الذكية. هذه الرحلة الاستثنائية في اتجاه التحول مكنتنا من الاستفادة من تكنولوجيا الذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات لإحداث تأثير حقيقي وملموس في البلديات. وهدفنا أن يكون ما لا يقل عن 10 مدن سعودية ضمن أفضل 50 مدينة عالمية إن شاء الله، عبر تحقيق عوامل الحوكمة والاستدامة والتفاعل مع السكان لتلبية تطلعاتهم ورغباتهم وتحقيق رفاهية عالية لهم. كما عملنا على إيجاد حلول للعديد من التحديات التي تواجه نمو وازدهار المدن وفي كافة اتجاهات الوطن. ففي جدة على سواحل البحر الأحمر قدمنا حلاً لإدارة النفايات لتخطيط ومراقبة العمليات بالاعتماد على التقنيات الناشئة مثل IoT إنترنت الأشياء. النتيجة كانت أننا قللنا من المخالفات المتعلقة بالنفايات والنظافة بنسبة 25% للوصول لمدينة أنظف، وخفض تعطيل السكان الناجم من تحركات طواقم النظافة في الدمام على ساحل الخليج العربي. قدمنا تطبيقاً يدير أكثر من 20,000 موقف للسيارات من خلاله تم تيسير الوصول إلى مناطق المدينة الأكثر ازدحاماً لنحقق تجربة سلسة للسكان في إيجاد مواقف متاحة. وعلى المستوى الوطني نقوم الآن من خلال عدسة بلدي بفحص 270,000 كيلومتر من الطرق من تحديد الأضرار أو التلوث في المدينة بشكل آلي، وهو ما يسهم في التقليل من التشوه البصري ويرفع من معدلات جودة الحياة وامتثال المدن. وإيماناً منا بأهمية الاستمرار في بذل الجهود وتقديم الحلول الابتكارية، استهدفنا خلال وضع لأسس لمدن وبلديات ذكية منح الأولويات لرفاهية السكان، ومن ضمن خطواتنا في هذا المجال تعزيز التفاعل المجتمعي في تطبيق بلدي الذي حصد إشادة عالمية كأحد أبرز التطبيقات الذكية في الأمم المتحدة، حيث يتيح هذا التطبيق للمستفيدين تقديم طلباتهم وإدارة تراخيصهم البلدية، التفاعل مع البلديات لطلب الخدمات وتحسين المشهد الحضري، استكشاف مدن المملكة بخارطة تفاعلية من خلال الإطلاق التجريبي لخدمة بلدي ماب نافيجيشن، والتي تعتمد على بياناتنا الغنية ذات الدقة العالية حول الأعمال والأحداث وتحديثات حالة الطرق وتنبيهات السرعة وحالات الطقس وغيرها من المزايا المتعددة، كما تشاهدون بعد قليل في العرض أمامكم. كما يمكن للجميع الاطلاع والتعرف عليها من خلال زيارة جناح الوزارة المشارك في المعرض المصاحب لهذا المنتدى. كما نواصل وبطموح كبير بناء واحد من أبرز التطبيقات والنماذج الوطنية، وهو ديجيتال توين، الذي يحول طريقة تخطيطنا وتشغيل مدننا، حيث أننا وبحلول عام 2025 سنكون قادرين بإذن الله على محاكاة تأثير سياساتنا الحضرية والتخطيط لحالات الطوارئ والكوارث، وربط المزيد من الهيئات والسكان للمساهمة في التصميم المشترك للمدن معنا. وفي الختام، نحن في رحلة عظيمة وهي رحلة وطنية كبرى، لن نحلم فقط بل سنحقق أحلامنا بمشيئة الله تعالى. لدينا قيادة داعمة ورؤية طموحة وكفاءات سعودية لديها شغف كبير بخدمة هذا الوطن الغالي. وفي هذا المنتدى أدعوكم لنقل وترجمة هذا الطموح ضمن كل النقاشات والجلسات، فنحن لا نبني فقط مدن ذكية، وإنما نشكل المستقبل من أجل الإنسان، رفاهيته واستقراره وتلبية تطلعاته. كل الشكر والتقدير للإخوة في الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الصناعي بقيادة أخي معالي الدكتور عبد الله شرف الغامدي على جهودهم في تنظيم ورعاية هذا المنتدى، فهو منتدى ثري ونتبادل من خلال خبراتنا وإنجازاتنا، يحدونا تطلعنا الدائم لغد مشرق مليء بالمنجزات والنجاحات لبلادنا الغالية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Gareth
Your
Weir,
Excellency,
Deputy Ambassador,
thank you very much,
British Embassy,
Excellency.
Seoul.
Your Excellency. Can I ask you to rejoin me, please, on the stage?
Having the time of his life.
I
Yeah.
know you want to sit down, but I need to have you keep company for a little bit longer.
My colleague Tumi will welcome you, and I'll thank you afterwards.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now, of course, the key to getting anything done pretty much anywhere in any space is collaboration and cooperation. And I think we have to take a moment to recognize and applaud the ongoing efforts between the Saudi Data and AI Authority and the Ministry of Municipal, Rural Affairs and Housing. They've really been working very deliberately and diligently on the cooperation to make sure that what they do is improving potentially the lives of people living in the cities of Saudi Arabia. But it's not just talking about collaboration. Those efforts are actually bearing some real fruit in the form of smart sea visual pollution. So, to officially help us mark the occasion of its launch, I'm going to ask you to please put a very warm welcome for His Excellency, the President of Sadaya, Dr. Abdullah Al-Hamdi. If you can please join us on stage, Your Excellency. His Highness, Prince Faisal bin Abdulaziz bin Ayaf, the Mayor of Riyadh region. His Excellency Musad Abdulaziz Al Dawood, the Mayor of Holy Mecca Municipality. Mr. Nael Al Higail, the Deputy Mayor for Digital Transformation and Smart Cities in the Eastern Province Municipality. And Mr. Ali Al Khani, the Vice Mayor of Jeddah Municipality. Gentlemen, if you can all please join me. So, this is about smart cities, smart technology, and everything is done digitally. So, gentlemen, I'm going to ask you in just 2 seconds to step forward so that we can put your hands on the platform. And when you do so, that will form the official moment of the launch of Smart Sea Visual Pollution. We're just waiting for the engineer to make sure that the platform is working as it should, because you know sometimes technology has other ideas. So gentlemen, if I can ask you to please step forward. And when you place your hands on the platform, please go ahead so we do the official launch. And there you have it. Excellencies, thank you very much. If I can ask you to please take your seats once again. Thank you very much, Excellencies, Your Highness. And the reason I'm asking them to take their seats once again is some of you in the room may be sitting wondering, well, it's great that we have launched this and technology works, but what does it all mean? Exactly what is smart sea visual pollution? Well, you don't have to really wonder very much longer, because I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the screen behind me so you can have a look.
To support the efforts made to improve the urban landscape and enhance the quality of life in various Saudi regions and cities, the Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing, in partnership with the Saudi Data and AI Authority, Sadaya, and the municipalities of Riyadh, Mecca, Medina, Jeddah, and a man launches Smart Sea Visual Pollution to monitor visual pollution through cameras roaming the roads, then analyse it using AI, identify visual pollution data, and finally, implement the necessary measures to remove it. Smart Sea Visual Pollution for a better life.
I don't know about you. I think that deserves another round of applause. You didn't sound very happy. Yes, I think that's really exciting, and I look very much forward to seeing exactly what continued collaboration and cooperation is going to produce. So, it is indeed the machines, even though they are man-made, that will drive the evolution, the development of cities, not just here in Saudi Arabia, but indeed around the world, in all the spaces in which we live and in which we create. To give us a little bit more insight into one particular organization's efforts in that regard, in particular, NVIDIA's innovation and AI and computing technology, please put your hands together as we hear a few words from the co-founder, president, and CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang.
Welcome to the Global Smart City Forum in Riyadh. This is Jensen Huang, I'm the CEO of NVIDIA. Recent breakthroughs in artificial intelligence has made it possible for us to create systems that enable cities to be safer, more efficient, and certainly more sustainable, saving as much energy as we possibly can. At NVIDIA, we have created large-scale, real-time video analytic systems that combine the state-of-the-art in computer vision, object recognition, and semantic analysis, capable of helping all of you create smart city platforms. From object detection, object recognition, post estimation, segment analysis, and one of the latest breakthroughs, visual language models, that allows you to essentially talk to the video, querying the video for certain anomalous events for whatever you're looking for. You could basically talk to a video and talk to the video stream and search for something that is unusual or concerning. These technologies all run on NVIDIA GPUs, and we have a platform called Metropolis that enables you to make these systems at very large scale, very performant, and apply state-of-the-art artificial intelligence models. We also offer you pre-trained models, as well as frameworks that allow you to fine-tune your computer vision models that we provide with your own data. So anyhow, I hope you have a successful global smart city forum, the very first one here in Riyadh, and we look forward to partnering with all of you to enable future cities that are much more safe and efficient and wonderful to live in.
Thank you very much to Jensen for those words, and I think they're quite inspiring. A little bit of a call to action to make sure that we're focused on the work that needs to be done. So let's be honest, when we're talking about the journey to becoming and achieving smart cities, it is exactly that. It's a journey. It's not a moment in time. And we all have to acknowledge that there are some spaces, some cities that are a little bit further along down the road than other cities. And one city which is a little bit further down the road than many others is Seoul. And we're about to hear a little bit more about Seoul Metropolitan and Seoul Digital Foundation's smart city policies, and to share a little bit more with us about the utilization and initiation of AI and projects which are digital inclusive, I'd like you to give a very, very warm welcome to Dr. Jo Sil Khan, who is the president of Seoul Digital Foundation.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 아살라말라이쿰. 아나 요시캉 라이슬 무아사사 시올 알라크미아. 아나 우입 마블라카 아라비아 알 수이디아 까티란. 아나 아타만나 아리스타다파 안나지아 아리아드 엑스포 알페인 살라신. I tried so hard. Did I say right? Thank you, thank you. I am Yoshikang, the president of Seoul Digital Foundation. Today, I would like to share Seoul's digital innovation of future with you. Smart Seoul co-creating tomorrow. Before I begin, I would like to pay my gratitude to His Excellency, the President of Sidaya Al-Gamdi, for inviting me to Global Smart City Forum, as it is my second visit to Riyadh. After Global AI Summit 2022, the city is becoming familiar. Saudi Arabia and Korea are strengthening the relationship and becoming brothers. I hope today's speech develops our friendship. I would like to start the speech by giving you some news on Seoul. Seoul, my soul. This means Seoul is created when hearts come together. Riyadh, my soul. How do you like Riyadh, my soul? When you see is the color of sky coral, the color for Seoul of 2024 is sky coral, like a pink sky. You can see by the river Hangang. The river Hangang is the lifeline of Seoul. The hottest place that citizens love to go for outdoor activities. The color of citizen lifestyle. How do you like sky coral? You feel warm from this color. It's various landmarks in Seoul. Kingdom Center Tower, London Eye, Eiffel Tower, they are all landmarks. Seoul also has Namsan Seoul Tower, and it is building new landmarks as Great Hangang Project, Artificial Floating Sabit Island, the art specialized Rodel Island, and a new attraction with 108-meter diameter, one of the biggest in the world. Seoul Twin Eye will be built. Unlike other Ferris wheel, the Twin Eye is a spikeless gondola attraction. We ask for your continued interest. Is Seoul changing? Seoul Digital Foundation, as a digital innovation leader for the future of a smart city Seoul, shares three visions. First, to lead intelligence information based on AI, big data, and cloud technologies. Second, to strengthen global smart city competitiveness by supporting the startups. Third, to realize the city that goes together with digital inclusion policies. Can I talk about a little bit more about Seoul? Seoul gained global recognition by winning World Smart City Award in SCWC 2022 Barcelona. Do you see the trophy on the screen? Although it may look small in size, it holds a much greater meaning. Seoul was awarded for its together with the digitally vulnerable policy. The policy was established to ensure all citizens benefit from digital utilization, and Seoul is carrying out projects in communication, mobility, education, safety, and technology utilization. To make a safe city, as AI transformation project, SDF developed AI-based breach defect detection system trained with over 20,000 data. The system used drone images to detect 5 types of defects, such as cracks, spalling. It will contribute to eliminating dangerous elements and safely managing bridges. Last year, generative AI ChatGPT gained global attention. SDF published utilization guide to increase citizen usability and operate in-depth education for over 700 government officials, and special lecture for over 1,000 citizens. This agile response of SDF was highly regarded in Korea, and with this, we developed generative AI LLM services. SDF is developing Seoul-type language model to improve service usability in public service and work system. Using Llama 2 model, a light-weighted open source, SDF will build digital counseling service for seniors, chatbot service for government officials, and administrative assistance service this year to increase citizen utilization. SDF is developing the prompt bank to increase language model service quality. Prompt bank stores prompt template as database to increase the quality of public service. Also, Seoul Promptathon, prompt engineering hackathon, will be held in Seoul this May. Developing questions prompts with citizen, Seoul's LLM services and the prompt bank will improve the quality of citizen life and work. As paradigm shift to generative AI, ethics of AI has emerged. As an agile response to this, SEF established Seoul Generative AI Ethics Guidelines, the first of its kind in Korean government. AI ethics are in need of global attention. We ask for your continued attention and efforts to build global standards together. In September 2023, the Korean government declared the Digital Bill of Rights for the enjoyment of digital rights and the respect for human beings in the era of AI transformation. In this respect, the need to implement AI agent economy policies as a strategy for the future economy in increasing. The core of the AI agent economy policy is to create to economy ecosystem of non-stop direct transaction between consumer and producers. We welcome partners to discuss this matter with us at any time. In smart city, one thing that is as important as AI transformation is digital divide resolution, and so is pursuing the together with the vulnerable policy. Seoul's flagship education platform, annual support group for resolving the digital divide, is one-on-one education program. Last year, 180 instructors conducted services for about 20,000 citizens. In recognition, the program received the UNESCO ESD certification. Metaverse Seoul, launched in January 2023, is a metaverse platform developed by the city government, which was the world's first of its kind. It offers 23 key services, such as public complaint, mayor office, world citizen land, providing new experience and fun in 3D space. Seoul will expand its reputation to a globally leading city by stimulating the metaverse ecosystem. This October in Seoul, there will be a very meaningful inaugural event, Seoul Smart Life Week, not like a technology exhibition. It is a human-centered smart lifestyle technology experience event featuring life cycle and living space. Seoul Smart Life Week 2024 will be held from October 10 to 12 at AT Center, Seoul, Korea. The event will include exhibitions, conferences, awards, and various side events. We would very much like to invite many people, especially His Highness Mayor Ayap of Riyadh and His Excellency President Al-Ghamdi of Sidaya. If you are interested, please visit our booth in the exhibition hall after the session. We hope for your active participation at Seoul Smart Life Week. Seoul wishes the great success for the new futuristic city Neom and the Saudi Vision 2030 to take the bold leap. Also, I hope Saudi Arabia and Korea continuously cooperation to become global leading smart cities. Seoul, my soul. Riyadh, my soul. Thank you very much for your listening. And I sincerely look forward to meeting you. Ana Wip, Mabulaka Arabia, Al Sudia, Katiran. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Mike. We've had an extremely bold vision shared already. We've had an extremely warm welcome, and we've heard from the heart of digital Korea. So for me, that's mind, heart, and soul, and it's still the first morning, honored guests. There is so much still to come today. For example, in our next session, we're going to be hearing about some case studies much closer to home. We've pulled someone away from a very busy schedule, running a city that will be more than familiar to you all, this great city of Riyadh. We're going to be talking about how some of the latest innovations are really changing the urban landscape. Now, I'm delighted to say that the mayor of Riyadh himself is with us, and he will be in conversation with the chief executive of Intelmatics, Anas Al-Faris. Now, why don't we give them both a big, warm welcome to our stage. Yalla. Yalla. Thank you. Good luck, sir.
لا ما السلام لا لا كويس السلام عليكم السلام عليكم جميعا. نرحب اليوم بصاحب السمو الأمير الدكتور فيصل بن عبد العزيز بن عياف أمين مدينة الرياض. سمو الأمير عضو في مجالس الإدارة في تقريبا جميع مشاريع الرياض الكبرى، مثل مشروع المربع الجديد، حديقة الملك سلمان، القدية، الدرعية وغيرها من المشاريع الكبرى بالرياض. بالإضافة إلى عضويته في أكثر من 20 مجلس إدارة ورئاسته لمجالس إدارة شركة الرياض القابضة، شركة الرياض للتعمير، شركة ريمات الرياض، مركز مشاريع البنية التحتية بالرياض، ورئيس المعهد العربي لإنماء المدن. الأمير فيصل أيضا حاصل على درجة الدكتوراه في تخطيط وإدارة المدن والأقاليم من جامعة كاليفورنيا بيركلي، ماجستير من جامعة هارفارد الأمريكية في التخطيط والإدارة الحضرية، ماجستير من جامعة كولومبيا الأمريكية في نيويورك في العمارة والتصميم العمراني، بالإضافة إلى بكالوريوس من كلية العمارة والتخطيط من جامعة الملك سعود. ما في شك أن الأمير هو خير متحدث عن مدينة الرياض، ومرحبا فيك طال عمرك. خلينا لو تكرمت طال عمرك نبتدئ بكوننا في مؤتمر وجودنا اليوم في منتدى العالمي للمدن الذكية، ندرك أن هناك العديد من التعاريف للمدن الذكية. حبذا لو تحدثنا من وجهة نظرك طال عمرك، ما هي المدينة الذكية وما هو المقصود أيضا بالرياض الذكية من وجهة نظرك؟
شكرا جزيلا يا دكتور، الله يحييك، وشكرا للزملاء حقيقة القائمين على المنتدى هذا واللقاء الجميل هذا في سدايا وكافة المشاركين والحضور. أنا أعتقد حقيقة مصطلح المدن الذكية يمكن من المصطلحات اللي شاعت كثيرا في الآونة الأخيرة. يمكن في آخر عقدين من الزمن بدينا نسمع المصطلح بشكل كبير، وبدت كثير من مشاريع المدن وكثير من مبادراتها، كثير من حتى خططها استراتيجياتها تأخذ الليبل المدينة الذكية، ويمكن هذا حتى زاد كثيرا في آخر 4-5 سنوات. أعتقد دكتور رغم الشيوع الكبير للمصطلح هذا ورغم وجوده بشكل كبير جدا في الآونة الأخيرة، إلى أن إلى اليوم لا يوجد تعريف واضح متفق عليه من الجميع لما هي المدينة الذكية. لا يوجد تعريف يجمع عليه الجميع، يوجد عدة تعريفات مختلفة جدا للموضوع هذا، وكثير حتى من أحيانا نفس الجهات تعرفها بزوايا مختلفة. المشاهد حقيقة والملاحظ في كثير من الجهود والمشاريع أن يوجد خلط كبير بين التحول الرقمي والأتمتة في ناحية وبين المدن الذكية في ناحية. التحول الرقمي والأتمتة جيدة وممتازة وجزء حقيقة من المدن الذكية، ولكنها ليست نفس الشيء وليست الموضوع واحد. فيلاحظ كثير خلط بين المفهومين، ربط بين المفهومين أكثر من اللزوم. أنا أعتقد تعريف الشخصي للمدن الذكية إنها المدن اللي أو الخدمات الذكية هي الخدمات اللي فيها 4 مزايا أو 4 نقاط. النقطة الأولى أن الخدمة تعالج أحد التحديات الموجودة في المدينة، فبغض النظر ما هو التحدي الموجود لابد أن الخدمة المقصودة والخدمة الذكية تعالج ذلك التحدي. النقطة الثانية لابد أن الخدمة الذكية هذه تستخدم أكثر من تقنية، فالتقنية بحد ذاتها ليست مدن ذكية، ولكن التكامل بين أكثر من تقنية في الوقت نفسه يشكل لك خدمة ذكية لمدن ذكية. النقطة الثالثة والمهمة كذلك أن التقنيات هذه تعطيك معلومات، والمعلومات لا تؤخذ at face value، بل يتم فيها تحليل واستنتاجات ودراسات تطور من ذلك المعلومة. فإذا أخذنا المعلومات فقط وربطناها معا ما هي مدينة ذكية أو خدمة ذكية، لابد من وجود تحليل لذلك واستنتاجات من ذلك. النقطة الرابعة والمهمة جدا أن لابد أن يأتي من الخدمة قيمة مضافة كبيرة لسكان المدينة. لابد أنها تأتي بفارق كبير وقيمة مضافة كبيرة جدا لسكان المدينة، وبالتالي نستنتج أن خاصة من الخاصية الأخيرة أن المدن الذكية ليست غاية بحد ذاتها، ليست مستهدف بحد ذاته، إنما هي وسيلة، هي أداة لغايات أسمى وأكبر، هي وسيلة إلى تحسين جودة الحياة، هي وسيلة إلى زيادة رضا السكان، هي وسيلة إلى زيادة أمنهم، إلى خدمتهم بشكل أفضل. صحيح. فهي وسيلة إلى غاية.
رائع، جميل طالب. طيب الأمانة بقيادة سموكم تقوم حاليا برحلة تحول لمدينة الرياض الذكية. لو تحدثنا سموك عن هذه الرحلة، وماذا قمتم إلى الآن بالعمل عليه من استراتيجيات أو مبادرات؟
جميل. أنا أعتقد يمكن النقطة اللي في غاية الأهمية يا دكتور أن المدينة الذكية ليست محطة وإنما رحلة. هي ليست صحيح. شهادة أو ديستنيشن يصل للشخص ونقول والله المدينة هذه ذكية ولا ليست ذكية. هي رحلة طويلة يمر فيها الشخص أو تمر فيها المدينة، فيها درجات مختلفة. في مدينة أذكى من أخرى، في مدينة فيها خدمات أكثر ذكاء من الأخرى، ولكن لا يوجد مدينة ذكية ومدينة ليست ذكية، فهي رحلة طويلة. صحيح. اللي أحب أقول أن حقيقة الرياض اليوم في خضم هذه الرحلة، في حراك كبير الحمد لله في هذه الرحلة، في توجيهات من سمو سيدي ولي العهد الله يحفظه في للمدينة بشكل عام أنها تتبنى المبدأ هذا، في استراتيجية الرياض اللي يتكلم عنها سموه، في برنامج خاص للرياضة الذكية. البرنامج فيه عدد كبير من الجهات المشاركة، كل الجهات العاملة في المدينة جزء من البرنامج، عدد كبير جدا من المبادرات القائمة تحت هذا البرنامج، وفي لجنة عليا من كافة الجهات اللي موجودة في المدينة تعمل لحوكمة هالبرنامج والعمل عليه وكذا. والحمد لله الحراك الكبير هذا اللي شفناه في السنوات الماضية، الحراك الكبير اللي تم انعكس بشكل إيجابي الحمد لله. شفنا الرياض مثلا في آخر كم سنة تتقدم بشكل كبير في كافة مؤشرات المدن الذكية. لو نشوف مثلا مؤشر IMD لقياس المدن الذكية واستخدام التكنولوجيا والبيانات لحل تحديات المدن، الحمد لله الرياض يمكن بجهود جميع الجهات اللي تعمل من 2019 إلى اليوم تقدمت 25 مركز الحمد لله. فشفنا أثر كبير على ذلك. هذا يمكن على مستوى المدينة. لو نبغى نشوف على مستوى الأمانة كجهاز، الأمانة بالتأكيد جزء من الحراك الكبير القائم على مستوى المدينة. صار فيه عدد كبير من المشاريع والمبادرات والانيشيتيفز اللي شفنا بدايتها اليوم وشفنا جزء منها اليوم، وجزء الآخر إن شاء الله موجود سواء في المعرض أو سنعرضه إن شاء الله في اللقاءات القادمة بإذن واحد. ففي عدد كبير قائم موجود اليوم. يمكن لو بضرب بعض الأمثلة على هالحراك وهالمشاريع اللي موجودة، تكلموا أصحاب المعالي اللي سبقوني عن الأربن سي، وهي منصة الرقابة الذكية في المدينة. منصة الرقابة الذكية في المدينة، الفكرة باختصار يوجد تحدي في المدينة. التحدي المدينة تتوسع بشكل كبير جدا، بشكل مضطرد جدا، عملية البناء كبيرة، كل يوم نشوف شوارع جديدة الحمد لله، نشوف طرق جديدة، نشوف أمور جديدة. تخيل يا دكتور لو نحتاج نغطي المدينة كلها هذه بمراقبين لمدة 24 ساعة على الأقل مرة في الأسبوع. تخيل الريسورسز اللي نحتاجها، تخيل عدد المراقبين اللي نحتاجهم، تخيل يعني إدارتهم، مانجينج الفليت، الأمور هذه كلها. فمثل ما ذكر أصحاب المعالي قبل قليل، التغطية الذكية هي الحل لحل هذا الإشكالية. اللي صار جزء كبير من المركبات تجوب المدينة، تصور كافة شوارع المدينة بشكل أسبوعي، ويصير فيه جهاز مركزي لتحليل هالكم الكبير جدا من البيانات وقراءة بنماذج من الذكاء الصناعي وخوارزميات معينة تقيس هل الفوتج اللي جاي وكمية المعلومات اللي جاية، ويتم تحديد المخالفات بشكل واضح ودقيق. الحمد لله نسبة الدقة عالية، تجاوزت 90% في تحديد المخالفات، وحنا تونا بادين. فهذا يساعد كثير. تخيل لو إن كانت بالطريقة اليدوية القديمة مقابل الطريقة الجديدة الموجودة. ولا أعتقد أن اكتفينا بذلك. التوجه القادم والعمل القادم أن كل سلسلة القيمة تكون مؤتمتة وذكية، بحيث مجرد ما تصدر المخالفة إيقاعها على المخالف، معالجة المخالفة، دفع الغرامة، كل الأمور هذه تكون في نفس سلسلة القيمة. والأهم من ذلك تحليل كذلك البيانات هذه، وكيف ممكن نقرأ منها بعض الترندز اللي موجودة في المدينة، ونبدأ نستوعب بعض الترندز اللي موجودة في المدينة، وين تكثر بعض المخالفات، ربما نحتاج تغيير بعض اشتراطات البناء، ربما نحتاج تشديد بعض الأمور، فيعني قراءة ذلك. فهذه ربما أحد الأمثلة اللي موجودة لذلك. إذا بذكر مثال ثاني ربما مجموعة من الأمثلة
لا أنا كنت بسألك أقول لك لو كان في أمثلة أخرى بعد.
ربما لو بذكر مثال ثاني، ربما مثال الصيانة الذكية.
جميل.
أحد الأمثلة اللي يعني تجي على البال. الصيانة الذكية طبعا التحدي اللي موجود نفس التحدي السابق، المدينة تتوسع بشكل كبير ومضطرد جدا، عدد الشوارع اللي يلزمها الصيانة كثير، والواحد لو وده سيصون جميع الشوارع في نفس الوقت، لكن طبعا الظروف والإمكانيات المالية والبشرية والأمور كلها تحتم عدم قيام ذلك. فيأتي السؤال: هل أصون شارع ألف اللي حالته أسوأ، ولا أصون شارع باء اللي عليه كثافة سكانية أكثر، ولا أصون شارع جيم اللي الخدمات فيه مكتملة، ولا دال ولا واو ولا ها ولا غيرها؟ ما كان حقيقة رغبتنا أن هل القرارات تكون فردية أو تكون اجتهادية، فصممنا نموذج يعتمد مرة أخرى على الخوارزميات وعلى ذكاء الآلة لتحليل كم كبير جدا من المدخلات. بعض المدخلات تأتي من عملية مسح دورية لكافة شوارع المدينة لمعرفة حالتها. بعض المدخلات تأتي كذلك من البيانات المرورية وحركة السكان في المدينة، تأتي من الجهات الخدمية وخططها الخمسية لعملية المشاريع، وكمية كبيرة من المدخلات. تأتي هالمدخلات في جهاز يحللها، ويطلع من الجهاز هذا سنويا أولويات الصيانة لهذه المدينة. فبالتالي تكون أولويات الصيانة منطقية، ذات يعني موثوقية عالية، تحقق أكبر كفاءة ممكنة للمدينة. وطبعا الأمثلة الأخرى كثير: المواقف الذكية، الحديقة الذكية، ذكاء القرار، مراقبة المعدات الثقيلة داخل المدينة، وغيرها الكثير.
رائع والله، فعلا رائع، طال عمرك. طيب، كوننا نسمع عن هاليوز كيسز وحالات الاستخدام المختلفة، وندرك أيضا عن المملكة من خلال رؤيتها ل 2030 والطموح وقيادة سمو ولي العهد، مدرك أنه الطموح كبير. إلى أين تعتقد سيصل الطموح بالنسبة إلى الرياض الذكية؟
أنا أعتقد أن يمكن في الرياض نحاول نقرأ المستقبل ونسبقه. كافة الجهات اللي في المدينة تعمل معا حقيقة لأن نصير الرياض بروتوتايب ونموذج يحتذى به. اليوم يمكن النقاش عالي وكبير على المدينة الذكية. أنا أعتقد الخطوة القادمة للمدينة الذكية هي المدينة الإدراكية، وأن السياق العام الآن وأحدث ما توصلت له العلوم يؤدي بنا إلى المدينة الإدراكية. الفرق بين المدينة الذكية والمدينة الإدراكية أن المدينة الذكية تحلل البيانات الموجودة سابقاً وتطلع ببعض الاستنتاجات والمعلومات عن ما تم. المدينة الإدراكية تأخذ هالنقطة لجانب أعلى شوي، وتبحث ليس فقط عن تحليل الماضي بل عن المستقبل، وتبدأ تتوقع المستقبل بناء على كم أضخم جدا من البيانات وبناء على قدرات أعلى. فتبدأ تتوقع المستقبل بشكل أكثر دقة، وليس ذلك فقط يا دكتور، بل تبدأ تبني بعض القرارات وتتخذها بشكل أوتوميتد بناء على التحليل اللي تم. فأعتقد أن في الرياض نأمل ونطمح ونعمل بشكل جاد للانتقال من نموذج حتى المدينة الذكية إلى المدينة الإدراكية إن شاء الله.
رائع رائع وطموح رائع. طيب، طال عمرك، طيب بما أننا الآن، بس كي نختم وعارف أنه مدرك على الوقت أيضا، ودي أشكرك طال عمرك حقيقة على المشاركة والحديث والتطلعات اللي سمعنا عنها اليوم للرياض الذكية أو الرياض الإدراكية. هل من كلمة أخيرة تختم فيها جلستنا طال عمرك؟
والله الشكر حقيقة لجميع الحضور والقائمين على هالتجمع الجميل، واللي يعني أعتقد أنه فائدته ستكون كبيرة على جميع الجهات العاملة في المدينة والمشاركين والحاضرين إن شاء الله. وحقيقة بس أحب أوصل رسالة يمكن لجميع الحضور خاصة من سكان المدينة، إن شاء الله متأكدين أن الرياض ستفاجئكم مفاجأة سارة إن شاء الله، ومتأكدين أن يعني طموحنا عالي جدا وسنحققه بإذن الله. أن اليوم في المدينة محظوظين جدا بوجود مقومات تحلم فيها أي مدينة. يوجد لدينا قائد طموح جدا سمو سيدي ولي العهد الله يحفظه، محرك كبير كل ما يحصل في المدينة. يوجد خطط وبرامج ومشاريع كثيرة تحصل في المدينة إن شاء الله، ومتفائلين إن شاء الله أن الرياض ستكون قدوة للعالم ونموذج يحتذى به بإذن الله. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لك طال عمرك. شكرا لك طال عمرك. شكرا لك. شكرا، ما قصرت عن عرضك. شكرا لك.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the Global Smart City Forum. We promise you a truly international gathering, and that is what's playing out all across the arena, including in our auditorium. And if you're tuning in from around the world, then a very warm welcome to you as well. Now, in this next session, we're embodying that international spirit because we're going to be hearing about the power of technology to transform cities around the world. How will that story be told? It will be told by some of the people running cities, the mayors themselves. Now, by the way, this session is going to be conducted in English and in Spanish, so muy bien, bienvenidos a todos. Headsets at the ready. I'm very much looking forward to tuning in to exactly how this session plays out. I'm delighted to say that our chair for this session is the Director General of the Royal Commission for Riyadh City. So with their guests, why don't we give a very big forum welcome to Dr. Maher Shira.
We follow the, follow this, We change the series. Okay. Hello. Good morning. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for making this dream come true. Having the first global Smart City Forum in Riyadh is finally where it deserves to be. Thank you. My name is Maher Shira. I am helping to transform Riyadh into the world-leading smart city, and I have the honor today to moderate this wonderful session. I believe His Royal Highness made a great ground for the session up forward. In the previous session, he talked about the amazing example of Riyadh, the deep analytics of data, and indeed leading in this era. So let's together have a perspective of some international leaders, mayors from different parts of the world have joined us today, will share with us their experience, their ambitions, and their insights. Please join me welcoming our distinguished panelists in this session. Allow me to start first with Senior José de la Hoz, Mayor of Las Rozas de Madrid in Spain, President of Spanish Network of Smart City. Welcome, Sir Jose. Followed by Senor Leonardo Stellato, Mayor of Posadas Misiones in Argentina. Welcome, sir. We also have Mr. Ali Sajjad, Mayor of Artesia in California. He's also the president of California's cities, more than 482 cities. Joined us all the way down from the United States of America. Welcome, Mr. Ali. And last but not least, we also have another Jose, Senor Jose Miguel, Mayor of San Javier, also from Spain. Welcome, sir. Thank you, and thank you all for being with us. I hope you enjoyed our lovely city of Riyadh. I'm sure myself and half of the audience here would like to ask the first question, how can we become a mayor of a city, right? But I will leave that to the one-to-one session after the break. So allow me to take you back to the year 1997. What special happened in the year 1997? No, I wasn't born in the year 1997, sorry to disappoint you, I'm not that young. But in the year 1997 was the first invention of the first Wi-Fi based on the IEEE standard. So why is that important? After that year, in the year 2000, we had the first implementation of a connected city. The city of New York from America has introduced the first hotspot street in the city of New York. That was the first example of a connected city, a city that can share data. And followed that, Cisco International introduced their first concept of a smart and connected community initiative. That also introduced a lot of implementations of smart city, connecting data, gathering data from different elements of IoT, of technologies, etc., from the city. And followed that, there came a lot of definitions of smart cities based on the city needs and based on the city's perspective. Some of them focused on innovation, others focused on resilience. So let's start with this question. What is the basic definition of smart city from each one of you's perspective? And let's start with you, Sir Jose.
Yes, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for inviting us to be here, sharing this morning. Congratulations for this event, this important forum, and how it has been started so impressionant, first of all. It is really a pleasure for the Spanish network and for Arrozas being here and answering these questions and talking about, because at the end of the day, cities are the destiny for the technology, for the ideas, to solve problems of our citizens. And you were talking about the 70s or the 90s, the 20s, how it was been the evolution of technologies solving problems to our cities. Because the first idea, thinking about the smart cities, is what about my people? What about improve their lives? What's the situation of my city? After that, draw up a vision, have a vision, and the leadership, the management, the leadership of the measures you want to implement in the city to solve that problem, to better their lives. And then is when you go to look for the innovation, the technology, analyzing, and with the strategy. That's the vision. So cities supported by the tech environment, the companies, the startups, the universities, people thinking about solution and how to implement them in your administration, in all the layers of your city to solve that problems.
Fantastic. Let's hear the perceptions from the Argentina side. Please, sir. Maybe if we pass the mic. Okay.
Ahí.
Okay.
Buenos días a todos. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Bueno, un poquito entendemos que es muy importante el trabajo que se viene haciendo con el Smart City en las diferentes ciudades del mundo. Nosotros, desde nuestro país, Argentina, nuestra provincia Misiones, que cuida mucho el medio ambiente, entendemos que el Smart City es para nosotros el uso correcto de la tecnología para brindar soluciones a cada uno de los ciudadanos. Pero tenemos que tener siempre cuidado con el equilibrio que tiene que existir entre lo que es el medio ambiente y todos los recursos renovables que podemos utilizar, y es por ello que tenemos que seguir trabajando en conjunto con ese equilibrio, como también de los recursos humanos y económicos, que son muy importantes administrarlos correctamente, como también la buena administración de los tiempos para el cuidado, ¿no es cierto?, y tratar de seguir trabajando para el futuro de la calidad de vida de cada uno de nuestros ciudadanos.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. So let me just summarize. So you talked about, first of all, thank you actually for being happy that I'm proud to be part of Riyadh and visiting us. So appreciate that. You talked about protecting the investments of technologies and innovation and different type of technologies. That's great. And involving people, I like that. Involving people to take the right decisions in implementation. I truly like that. And let's hear the perceptions from California and from the United States. Mr. Ali?
Thank you so very much for inviting me. First of all, I also want to thank His Excellency, Mr. President Abdullah, and all of you to have us all here at this forum. This is an excellent forum to really interact across the world and learn from each other of the best practices as well as challenges. I'm very humbled to represent our great city of Artesia in Southern California, LA area, as well as also president for all California cities. There are 482 cities of California, anywhere from largest city, which is the LA, and a town like 200 people. So there's so much diversity, not of population, but of culture, and also languages, and different backgrounds. And that's what California is about. California welcomes everyone from everywhere in the world. We have people who are Portuguese, from Spain, from Argentina, and everywhere. So that also brings an opportunity, somewhat of also challenges. But our California is about how to create the connectivity in this day and age with so many cultures, so many backgrounds, and so many ethnicities, and working together with a future of having information technology come together. And when I see that, that's what I see. It is the information technology, AI, IoT, coming together to pass good information, not misinformation, but good information to create a smart city as well as a smart California healthy economy. Thank you.
Great, excellent. Sir Jose, do you think you have a different perceptions of, Sir Jose as well, on the perceptions of smart city, the definition of smart city, and your vision or envision of how your city will endorse such an initiative or definition?
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Es muy importante tener en cuenta que los alcaldes, el mayor, queremos que nuestros ciudadanos sean felices en nuestras ciudades. Y la inteligencia artificial ayuda precisamente a eso. Si somos capaces con la tecnología de cuidar el medio ambiente, de proteger el planeta, de mejorar el rendimiento de nuestros servicios, de interconectar la administración con cada uno de nuestros ciudadanos y de los turistas, estamos haciendo que efectivamente la inteligencia artificial, la Smart City, sea algo que produce bienestar y por lo tanto felicidad en nuestros ciudadanos. Creo que esa es la perspectiva más importante que hay que tener a la hora de implementar las políticas en nuestras administraciones para dárselas, ofrecérselas a nuestros ciudadanos, a nuestros empresarios, nuestros comerciantes, por supuesto, nuestros turistas también.
Amazing. So if I may summarize, happy mayor, happy city. Can we say that? Develop tech from the inside to the people. I love that. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. So these are facts. Maybe facts tell, but stories sell. A quote was said by Jim Braxdell, and nothing more exciting than a story of success. Your Excellencies, please share with us an example of a story or a use case, a successful story or a successful use case that was deployed in your city, leveraged technologies or smart city initiative to overcome a certain challenge. If you may kindly share with us such an insight or such a story. We all love hearing story. I believe all of us have that insight. So let's start with you, Sir Jose.
Of course. Well, first of all, I will tell two hats, if you want. First of all, La Rozas as a mayor, 9 years ago, we started with an administration really ancient in the sense of smart cities. We started analyzing, listening to the people, to the reality, how it was our administration, how it was the city, what problems, hackathons to analyze, and then make a strategy that 8 years later has won the first prize in the region of Madrid because of the strategy and the measures we were implemented during this year. Talking about the administration, now 350 procedures, administrative procedures. 10 years ago, perhaps 2 or 3. So the evolution is clear. How now we implemented 2 projects in AI that are unique in Spain. First of all, cameras with AI that has went down the crimes 50% in the last 5 years. And with AI as well, we are getting information to manage the city, because that, I say, the only system in Spain at this time. And after that, for the administration, we implemented AI avatar with technology like ChatGPT or something like that, but more layers of information that are supporting information, and it's expected in October being able to transmit administrative procedures. But it's not the only one. We were the first city in Spain where an automated vehicle was alone in a public street. It was the first time in Spain, but now we are putting the focus in IoT. In fact, because of our technological ecosystem, startup ecosystem, at the measure we are implementing, we host regional cluster of IoT. We are putting sensors in all the city. I imagine every we are talking here, but the main goal is to get a platform with AI capable or able to interconnect all the systems of information, and even more, being able to be interconnected with other cities. And Las Rozas and Reci, that's the other short intervention, but I would like to explain. The Spanish Network for Smart Cities is a network where 650 technicians in 140 cities in Spain, the most modern, advanced, and smart cities, are working along the year, sharing information like we are here doing, sharing information, sharing projects, working with the private initiative to implement measures. I think it's really important to be like a sandbox, be riding with the technology, to implement the new technology, because it's going really fast. So that's the specific point that we offer as well. Our knowledge, how to share between us and the world to enhance, to be richest in this kind of things.
Fantastic. Sir Leonardo, your perceptions, please.
Bueno, disculpe. Posadas ha tenido 3 experiencias muy importantes con la tecnología que realmente ayudó mucho, que es, por ejemplo, a través de normativas que tenemos en la ciudad para que puedan cada ciudadano elegir las obras en sus barrios. Tenemos un presupuesto participativo. Durante la pandemia nos ha permitido desarrollar una aplicación en la cual cada vecino puede proponer los proyectos también online y elegir en función de la calidad del proyecto la concreción de esas obras que son necesarias en cada sector de la ciudad. Eso nos ha permitido a nosotros concretar rápidamente soluciones en diferentes puntos de la ciudad. También, como Posadas es una ciudad turística, gracias al modelo de Firewall, pudimos desarrollar también una intervención en un modelo digital inteligente para el turismo. Es para nosotros fundamental esta aplicación para llevar adelante conocimiento y mostrar todo lo que podemos desarrollar en nuestra ciudad, por supuesto también con inversiones que todavía faltan. También tenemos un Silicon en el cual a través de una planificación gubernamental de la provincia de Misiones nos ha permitido a través de la educación tener una escuela de robótica, una escuela de innovación y ahora también contamos con un Silicon donde la participación pública-privada es muy importante para generar el emprendimiento tecnológico que todavía estamos necesitando en muchos sectores de nuestra ciudad, de nuestro país, también del mundo.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I think you talked about the challenge of the pandemic, and we all went through that horrible time. and the applications that you guys use to organize the people, especially tourists, as your city is famous with that. And the other thing you talked about was the School of Robotics and AI and how you envision the future of the city, leveraging those schools and their capabilities. That's phenomenal. Let's hear from the perspective of California, Sir Ali.
Thank you so much. As we all know, California is if you look at US, then China, then Japan, and California on its own is the 4th largest economy of the world. We have a population of 40 million, and our technology, which is Northern California part, is well known throughout the world. We certainly have challenges. We have opportunities, and those opportunities, we turn those opportunities into success stories. And I'll highlight a few success stories, and there are several, actually. We are an innovator when it comes to having electric cars by 2035 throughout California. And those electric cars are just not electric cars, they are also smart cars. So that's a success story that we will celebrate throughout California and the world, and United States especially, that we will have electric vehicles throughout California by 2035. It seems an insurmountable task that how can we manage that? But we are on that trajectory to do that, and also smart cars. That will not only reduce the carbon footprint, but also connect the entire California in a smart way when it comes to transportation. So we're very excited about that success story to celebrate in next 10 years. But more so, in my community, we are looking forward to have a light rail, a smart light rail, and in 2026, we will have a World Soccer in my community, World Cup, and then in 2028, I'll have the Olympics coming to LA. So with that light rail that we are building, we're also having a smart downtown that will be connected throughout the entire LA, connecting them all so that people who are visiting the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles, they will be connected smartly and will be able to enjoy, like I said in my earlier comment, different cultures, different ethnical food, and so on and so forth. So the connectivity through IA, through IoT, and data will be connecting during the Olympic time, and that's kind of what our success story is going to be for future. So we're really excited about that, and we're looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the world has been looking at California, especially Silicon Valley, when it comes to innovation. But you guys were very good in exporting these technologies, and I think it's a challenge to have it deployed. Maybe speaking of crowdsourcing or crowd management, maybe you can give us a visit in our booth, and we can actually share some of our experience that we did with Sedaya in Al-Hajj season. How about that?
Absolutely.
All right, fantastic. We had a great example. I'm serious. You have to come and give us a visit. Sir Jose, your perspective, please, on the top challenges, let's say, of the city.
Bueno, los retos son compartidos en las ciudades con quien genera también más datos y son ojos de la administración en cada rincón de la ciudad. Y esto es el ciudadano. El ciudadano hoy, gracias a tener la facilidad de uso de un smartphone, por ejemplo, del acceso a Internet y la interrelación con la administración, pues somos capaces juntos pues de dar respuesta más ágil y más rápida a cualquier tipo de incidencia que pueda haber en la ciudad, ya sea un problema con el alcantarillado, con la recogida de residuos sólidos, con el alumbrado público, con el estado de las playas. Y esto es, bueno, una plataforma que desde el año 2015 implementamos en San Javier para dar respuesta ágil con la colaboración fundamental del ciudadano. Es, bueno, hablar de cogobernanza a través de las nuevas tecnologías y de la Smart City. Los retos son muchos, son variados. En un municipio como San Javier, con 35 kilómetros de playas, es importante, siendo un municipio turístico, aplicar las nuevas tecnologías para la fidelización de ese turista que ve en San Javier una oportunidad cuando con facilidad puede ver los servicios que se ofrecen en cuanto a seguridad, en cuanto a, por ejemplo, la monitorización de nuestras playas hace que podamos ver el estado de la calidad de las aguas en tiempo real, el estado de la calidad del aire en tiempo real, los recursos, las playas que son accesibles, las que tienen sellos de calidad, ver en directo qué tiempo hay en esa determinada playa, tener conectividades de las mismas, como es tener wifi libre para la gente que hace uso de las playas, hace que tengan una comunicación directa con todos los servicios que ofrece, en este caso, el Ayuntamiento de San Javier o la región de Murcia, con la que estamos conectados permanentemente para ofrecer los mejores servicios. La atención sanitaria, por ejemplo, es algo que la región de Murcia, gracias a su implementación, a haber implementado modernas tecnologías, hace que cualquier ciudadano pueda tener su expediente médico a disposición de cualquier médico de la región de Murcia y una rápida respuesta en cuanto a las emergencias gracias a la red de comunicaciones que tiene la región de Murcia. Son retos permanentemente que se les va dando respuesta desde las nuevas tecnologías y desde la claridad de una administración que tiene que apostar por las mismas, contando siempre con el ciudadano. Por eso al principio decía del grado de satisfacción del ciudadano es el fin último, la satisfacción del ciudadano a través de las nuevas tecnologías.
Amazing. I think you talked about few interesting examples, to be honest, and I was like trying to catch up. So faster response, I like that. You have people around the beach and centers of the city where a lot of crowd. And the nice example you gave as a use case was using the people themselves as feedback to the city. So this is an example of a crowdsourcing. I love that. The easy use of technology and the quality of program, you've highlighted that those are some of the top challenges. And I really want to elaborate on this. And you also mentioned some of the challenges that you have is the economical challenge on deploying technologies and offering free Wi-Fi. And then you end with something related to emergency and rapid response, which is, again, bringing back the time essence and the importance of that. And that reminds me of the 2024 World Economic Forum Global Risk Report. And guess what? That was also discussed in the previous gathering that they have in Davos last month. And on the top of the agenda of the top risks, of the top global risk, was related to information and data, the misinformation and the disinformation. That was the #1 risk in the World Global Risk Report in 2024. And I think the generative AI and technology and the amount of data that's been created actually put that risk on a hot topic and on a top priority. So allow me to, again, maybe from the perspectives of the different cities, thank you for sharing your risk, but let's hear the top 3 or 4 or 2 top risks or challenges that you have within your cities. And let's start with you, Sir Jose.
Well, in the case of Las Rozas, that are really concerned about environment because our town is really green. We are really concerned about water and energy, and in this case, we implemented measures that have reduced 40% the cost of the water, the use of the water, and 35% the cost of the energy because of solar panels in all of our buildings, because of the monitoring of the sensors in all the buildings, in all the streets, out lights, etc. But we see that now sensors that are getting a lot of data, and we are really worried about how connect in the platform we have, intelligent platform, all the verticals, connecting all the systems and interconnecting it with the region, smart region, not the smart city, if not how to connect with people in the town close to ours that came for working, that our citizens are going there for being, for studying, for living or working. So how to manage the data is really important. I think there's a crisis in terms of talent in technologies that are being developing so fast. And I think there's a battle for the talent. In my town, in my area, there is a lot of talent. So how to maintain the talent there, but how the administration, with our rules, is able to get the talent to manage the data. That's because in La Rozas we create a company, public company, that is La Rozas Innova, that is managing with another kind of activity, more fluent, that kind of things. Because I get the data, how to manage, how to exploit, how to improve my system. But in this case, talking about data, the second risk is cybersecurity. Of course, if I said that we are offering online 350 administrative procedures, I'm opening my doors and I oblige to offer my citizens security working with the administration. Perhaps La Rozas hasn't crime, but has a lot of cybercrime because we are a town and a region leading e-commerce, leading all about online because of our talent, our capacities. So we are obliged to ensure our system. And we are working to be one of the first, I think in Spain, I have 5 cities certified by the government like cybersecurity cities. And we are working in that, so it's perhaps the second challenge. And like a tourism destination, we have no beaches. Visit Spain, please. But no beaches in La Rozas, but we are the first point for shopping tourism in the region of Madrid. 5 million people came to a luxury outlet place that is La Rozas village, and how to manage the impact in mobility, in sustainability, in comfort for our cities and for the tourists. So La Rozas and La Reci, the Spanish network, is working with the state, with the national government, in an intelligent platform for intelligent destinations for tourism. We have a guide passed last month, offered to all cities, offered outside Spain, a model how to be an intelligent destination for tourism, implementing accessible, sustainable mobility measures and innovation and technology. A platform where we will be the case of use of shopping tourism, but there are another 20, 30 models for another kind of tourism. So it's perhaps that three challenges. How to exploit the data and exchange the information, how to ensure cybersecurity, and in this case, talking about that platform, specifically tourist destination.
I like how you summarized it, and I can see that Sir Ali Sajjad is very excited to share his challenges. So please share with us. Maybe we will end with that as we're running out of time.
Bueno, para nosotros, para la ciudad de Posadas, realmente el desafío más importante que tenemos es trabajar en 3 temas importantes que son para nosotros, que es la movilidad urbana, que es muy importante, que donde el tráfico tiene que ser realmente guiado correctamente en diferentes puntos para aprovechar todos los tiempos que hoy no nos sobra a nadie y que tenemos que tratar de agilizarlo a través de una correcta planificación y un buen control, que en este caso la utilización de todas las aplicaciones con Smart City podríamos lograr el financiamiento de una aplicación que nos permita trabajar en el tráfico, en la gestión del tráfico, en la movilidad inteligente que todavía tenemos pendiente en la ciudad de Posadas. Hemos mejorado mucho a través de una buena planificación con datos que hemos recabado en todo lo que veníamos trabajando en gestiones anteriores. En mi caso particular, soy ingeniero vial y hicimos bastante relevamiento de todo lo que es la movilidad urbana de la ciudad. Y en eso hemos generado a través de nuestra gestión una nueva secretaría que justamente se llama Secretaría de Movilidad Urbana. Y en eso tenemos todavía el desafío pendiente con la utilización de toda la inteligencia que hoy gira en el mundo, que nos podamos nosotros adherir a través de financiamiento correcto. Otro tema que también preocupa a la ciudad, como decíamos, con el cuidado del medio ambiente, es la gestión correcta de los residuos en la ciudad. Nosotros, a través de una planificación que tenemos con la provincia, tenemos 2 plantas de tratamiento de residuos donde llevamos todos los residuos a esos sectores, pero está pendiente la separación correcta a través de aplicaciones que nos permitan hacer una recolección diferenciada, optimizando los recursos y los tiempos que uno dispone. Por eso creo que esos desafíos en esos puntos para la ciudad de Posadas es muy importante. Y el último punto es seguir con la participación ciudadana, definiendo el crecimiento de la ciudad en forma correcta, que a través de una base de datos que lo hemos ya instrumentado en la municipalidad, hoy podemos tener mucha información, pero faltaría también el acompañamiento de tecnología para poder darle la mejor utilidad a esos datos y poder resolver muchos problemas todavía que tenemos pendientes.
Fantastic. So you talked about traffic management, urban mobility, government support from a challenge to an opportunity. I like that. Gathering information, it's something that is shared, I think, among all mayors, and citizen participation. You also urge the development of new applications and somehow highlighted the importance of considering cybersecurity. Maybe in the last talk, Mr. Ali, if you can share with us in less than a minute the challenges from your perspective.
Thank you so much. You know, information is so flowing and so readily available, and so is disinformation or misinformation. So as city officials, we have a responsibility to be able to pass our citizens the information that is accurate and make sure that that is reached out. So where we find a very good and solid way to provide that information is through a trusted source. And those trusted sources that we find are city halls, are through areas like governor's office and so on and so forth. And information flowing through that is something that is trusted by our citizens. And we also feel that that needs to be promoted. That's how we actually work. We make sure that our social media is giving that information through city halls. And we make sure that that information is passed along. And when it comes to AI, IoT, or data, that all is flowed through our citizens. And then, of course, there's the other part of the challenging piece, which is the disinformation. We try and work with, when it comes to mobility, information is flown to our citizens in a proper way. So we try to make sure that that is done properly.
Fantastic. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for the great panel. Thank you for your time and insights. I truly hope you overcome all your challenges and turns it into a success stories. I'm afraid we're running out of time, so I really want to thank you again. And a lot of things are happening, and definitely time is of the essence. I will end by a quote from His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman when he said, "Life is short and lots of things can happen. So let's hurry up to make, build, and see those success by our own eyes." Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
you. Perfect.
Very well done.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharaf. Panel, really interesting conversation and discussion. To you all, once again, thank you.
Yeah, it was perfect. Thank you, sir.
So, we all know about good ideas. We know that something sparked that good idea. If I can just ask, gentlemen, if I can just ask you to make your way off stage. Thank you very much. Something sparks good ideas, and the nice thing about a good idea is that it can go on to spark and be a catalyst for other good ideas. In our next conversation, we're going to talk about transformation. smart cities and inspiring projects, and exactly how they can go on to create better environments within those cities. To guide us through that discussion, please give a very warm welcome to Franz Anton Vermaascht and his panel.
Space. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining our session. As we march into a visionary future, the transformative power of smart cities is being unleashed through groundbreaking projects worldwide. This session will explore how these global phenomena serve as catalysts for evolution of urban landscapes into smart and sustainable urban utopias. From pioneering digital infrastructures to innovative urban policies, we will investigate to profound transformation orchestrated by these initiatives. I would like to introduce you to our high-level panel. First of all, we have on my left-hand side Mr. Talal Al-Mari. He is the Senior Vice President of Community Service at Aramco. He's responsible for office services, utilities, and facility services, and an array of community-led projects, operational and technical. Previously, he served as Vice President of Public Affairs, and prior to that, he was President and CEO of Aramco Overseas Companies. May I ask you to give your opening remarks and your talking points? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to thank Sedaya for arranging this great event. I think it is very important for us to come and discuss a very important subject like the smart cities, especially that we are in Saudi Arabia handling and executing major projects for cities and also planning a future project in entertainment and all the projects we are doing here. I'll talk about Aramco. Just a clarification. Some of you might wonder why Aramco, the leading energy company, is attending a smart city conference. Just allow me to elaborate quickly. We are in Aramco. We are running 13 cities to serve and to support the operation, our operation across the kingdom. We are supporting a customer base of more than 400,000 customers that support all the operations of our company across the company. Allow me to maybe during our discussion here to focus into two items. First one, the policy and the regulation for the smart cities, and also the behavior of our customers. So I will quote some of the points or the highlights of my colleagues previously highlighted, that smart cities should focus on sustainability and enhancing the quality of life of our residents and also the safety of them. But I have to highlight something, that during designing smart cities, we have to focus on the customer needs. Designing, or like designers or developers of smart cities, they can design their cities in silos of their people. The people, the resident of cities, they have to come about with more sustainable behaviors so they can adapt and improve the sustainability of the cities. And I can call this one, the first one is the top-down approach. The second one should be the bottom-up approach for our people, which I believe is more sustainable and more effective.
Thank you very much. Then our second panelist is Juanjo Hierro. He is chairman of the FIWARE Technical Steering Committee, which drives technical direction of FIWARE, the open source framework adopted as de facto smart city platform by standard by 250 plus cities worldwide, and gradually growing in adoption in other application domains. He also supports development of the vision and the value proposition of FIWARE in several domains where it is being applied. Juanjo, can I ask you to make your opening remarks and your introductory talk?
Yes, thank you. Well, one of the main ideas I would like to bring here, and well, by the way, first of all, I would like to congratulate SEDAIA for the great organization of this event, and thank you for inviting me to be present here and deliver the message I wanted to convey. That has to do with, a lot with the relevance of standards. We need that cities agree around the world around a number of standards that will make the whole smart city market a sustainable market where solutions can be replicated from one city to another, where best practice can be shared. This requires that actually every city adopts same standards, same technologies. And in that regard, FIWARE was born with the intent of bringing a curated framework of open source components that implement standards and drive the direction of those standards when those standards didn't exist, or is helping to work out how different standards can be used together for the sake of creating architectures that cities can adopt to deliver the kind of services that will ultimately improve the city life, not only in terms of the citizens that are living in the city, but also the operations of company, because many companies really operate in cities. And there is an opportunity that cities become an engines of growth by means of providing right services and right infrastructures for this. We believe in the power of open source, how open source can create open opportunities for cities of any kind. As you explained, FIWARE has been already adopted by more than 250 cities around the world. Large cities like Valencia in Spain, but also quite small cities in different provinces in the country, and worldwide adopter in countries like Japan, like Colombia, which recently adopted this national level, and in Saudi Arabia, Medina, which is quite a good reference. But we will be able to talk later, I guess, about what concrete standards we are promoting, pushing, and we believe would be differential for cities to adopt.
Thank you very much, Juanjo. Then our third panelist is John Wallachy. He manages the Linux Foundation Program Management Office, where his team support many of the largest open source projects. Previously, John had a 30-year-plus career as a senior technical leader at IBM, responsible for the Internet of Things and edge technologies. May I invite you to introduce yourself and have your opening remarks.
Thank you, Franz. So first, I'm really excited and delighted to be here at the Global Smart Cities Forum. So thank you all for inviting me. Just a little bit about my background. So as a vice president at the Linux Foundation, we support some of the largest open source projects in the world. It's a foundation of foundations. And my team, we all know that the world runs on open source, and I like to say that my team helps run open source projects. But in truth, the real rock stars are the developers, the contributors, the maintainers of these projects, and we're here to support them and make them sustainable and successful in changing the world. So in my career at IBM and now at the Linux Foundation, I was contributing at IBM Research to AI and edge strategies and IoT. When I brought that expertise to the Linux Foundation, I get to work with some of the smartest people in the world building technologies that you all can adopt. And I wanted to introduce you to 4 different topics today. So first is build on top of open source technologies. And then second, ask all of you to contribute back to open source. As you're building projects in your cities, come look for projects and then contribute back to those projects. And then third, I think it's important that we all rally together and collaborate across the cities. It's not a solution in Riyadh and a solution in Amsterdam and a solution in Seoul around the world. It's we can collaborate across common themes. And I think we can do that best with open source. And the last topic I wanted to introduce is security, because protecting our critical infrastructures has to be job number 1. As we build smart city solutions, we have to build security into all of these. There are real threats in the world, and we need to protect against those attacks. So security being very important. So let's go review those. I want to introduce to you some of the projects that the Linux Foundation supports. So first, there's Camara. So Camara is a 5G GSMA set of mobile APIs that you can build into your solutions and orchestrate your arena, your public spaces, and so Camara has got a number of APIs that can help you do that. There's a project called Linux Foundation Networking, and it's developed a 5G super blueprint. Lets you bring a lot of these technologies together in one solution. And then we have a set of IoT technologies built on LF Edge. So Linux Foundation Edge is an umbrella. There's a variety of projects there. Open Horizon lets you build containerized AI workloads, deploy those technologies to the edge, those models to the edge, orchestrate and manage those, keep them up to date. And then last, I wanted to talk about MQTT. As we collect data from all of these IoT devices, we want to get that securely to the cloud. So the Eclipse Foundation has a technology called MQTT that lets you do that. There's a variety of other open source projects I think are important in this space as well. The Open Security Software Foundation, so we have best practices to help you build secure solutions. There's a project called ELISA, which is safety critical Linux, real time, making sure that we're building long-term support. The Civil Infrastructure Project is about building long-term support. So,
yeah, thank you for those opening remarks. Then last but not least, my good friend Sunil Dubai. Sunil is a thought leader in city strategy, currently in the New South Wales government. He teaches at the University of Sydney and is a board member of the Australia Institute for Urban Studies. He was director of Metropolis and led global campaigns of smart cities from 2009. He's an advisor for the UN Compact Cities program, Cityscope, and advisory board for the World Economic Forum and Geneva Foundation. Sunil, may I invite you to have your opening remarks?
Thank you, Anton, and thank you, Riyadh. One of the most beautiful things happened yesterday is the rain. So I want to congratulate all of us for beautiful rain which happened in Riyadh. And I want to also hold front of the cities. Where do we take the cities beyond the systems? Systems are very important, but it's the people, it's the lives, is what Talal mentioned, that how do we bring people the journey of smart cities?
I'm good, right?
In my talk later, I would explain how 3 cities exemplify this. And they set a good precedent for all of us to learn. The city of Seoul, the city of Medellin in Colombia, and the other cities where they're really making smart cities by harnessing the power of smart people.
Hi, I'm Hendrik Hamann. Very nice to meet you.
About making people
so.
smart in smart cities. Thank you, Anton.
Thank you very much, Sunil. Talal, can I start with the first question? How will smart cities change how we plan urban environments, how people live and interact with one another, and what impact will they also have on trends such as digital transformation and sustainability from your point of view?
Thank you. Allow me to answer this in three points. First of all, defining the smart city concept. And then second, share with you some of the application that we have used to transform Aramco Dhahran city from purely a labor camp to a thriving city that we have now, and was recognized recently by the Smart City Congress in Barcelona. And finally, the technology and the smart city applications. First, the concept of smart city. This is something that, a concept ever-changing and evolving across and with time. For example, the evolutions of smart cities from 5 years to the present time and the futures is always evolve and change based on the technology provided, the customers and the people needs. So my advice to our organizations and people who develop smart cities to always consider the new or the future's evolutions that meet the people requirement in the future. So for example, Dhahran city started in 1950 as purely a labor camp. And now Dhahran is a thriving city that was built based on two pillars. Increase and enhance the quality of life of our people and residents, and second, increase sustainability. And we were able to achieve these two objectives through integration of technologies. And by the way, technology is very crucial. Nothing more crucial to infrastructures than technologies. And I will elaborate, and my colleague here, when you talk about rain and water. For example, in Dhahran, we have installed smart water meters and smart irrigation across all the cities. And we are anticipated that the predictive characteristics of these meters will enable us to save 6 billion liters of waters. For example, alhamdulillah, al-amtar, or the rain we had received, inshallah, amtar khair, our irrigation system will calculate in the soil the needs for water, so it will optimize the water consumption in our city. So that's something that smart cities or technologies will help us in. Moving also to the application we have in Dhahran. For example, the parking technology we have in Dhahran, we just installed it 1 month ago. We can talk about smart city or smart parking by data and providing data. But data alone is not enough. Collecting data through the IoTs alone is not enough. We have to transform these data through the machine learning and the technology we have to enable them to manage and to run processes and make smart decisions, so we benefit from these data. And this is all would not happen without the collaborations of all parties. When I say all parties, the users, the cities, developers, and the technology providers. So I have with me here experts on open source. Coming from the energy sectors, we always suffer with technologies because for 5 years, I'm not sure, with the speed and the rapid change and the upgrade of technologies, it always gets obsolete. So we are hit with upgrade or sometimes obsolete technology. So helping us to create an open source smart cities and technologies will enable us to always be on track and adapt to the needs of the cities first and the people of that cities. Because sometimes, we do technologies and smart cities, but at the end, what is the benefits and the utilizations of our peoples? So that's something we always have to put in our mind before designing a city or developing a project. So that's something we have to add from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful insight. And indeed, congratulations on your irrigation project to save, you mentioned 6 billion liters of water. So really, really wonderful. Juanjo, question for you. What are the kind of open standards FIWARE is promoting and smart cities are adopting, and how they are benefiting from their adoption?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Well, we have to face that today there are already many smart solutions in place for traffic management, water management, waste management, and so on and so forth. These smart solutions already exist, but one of the challenges is that they are in silos. So the first standard we have been focusing in FIWARE has those standards that may help to break those information silos. In that sense, we have defined and have driven the standardization of an API that allows to manage the digital twin data representation of the city, because we have to come with a common mechanism and a common framework how the data describing what's going on in real time in any city can be modeled and can be accessed through an open API. So this is the first standard we have focused on. Second standard has to do with information models. We need to come with common models, how to describe the streets, how to describe the buses, any element in the physical world, or even connected to processes like claim of citizens and so on and so forth. These digital twin classes, you will get access for the information that represent their state. And with these two standards that are core in any FIWARE architecture, we are enabling the replaceability of solutions and replicability of solutions across all those cities that are implementing a FIWARE-based platform. And a FIWARE-based platform, when we talk about, since it is open source, doesn't mean that is connected to a single vendor. There are quite a variety of vendors out there that are delivering a smart city platform based on FIWARE standards. I can mention, for instance, AWS, who have created the Garnet framework that is natively running in AWS and based on FIWARE standards, but also small integrators capable to work locally, have deployed and developed their own smart city framework based on FIWARE standards. With this, we are creating open opportunities, not only for cities around the world of any size, but also for integrators that do not need to be really large, but can be really small entrepreneurs and for creating their solutions and so on. We also are bringing standards that help around this be able to protect the information, because if we represent what's going on in the city, we have to deal with how that information can be accessed, by whom, and with what license they can use that information for. And last but not least, we are bringing a number of standards that will help the cities to create open innovation by means of engaging with other organizations around in creating data value chains, in improving process end-to-end in the value chain, and with these transforming the cities into engines of growth. Again, and I want to put emphasis, open standards driven by the implementation experience, and that's why we are open source and actual believers in the power of open source.
Okay, thank you very much. John, I'm sure you have to add, you will add something to it. You've introduced us to a variety of open source projects. How do you see these technologies supporting, transforming smart cities?
So thank you, Franz. I'll tell one story in the interest of time. So we were building a AI model in Chicago, And this particular model was counting cars in a queue, and our model kept having hallucinations about the data we were getting back was bad. And so as we're trying to validate this model, well, anyone who's ever been to Chicago in the wintertime knows that there's snow, lots of snow. And so our AI model was counting piles of snow as cars. And what that told us was that we had a bad data set. We didn't train with the right information, and we were getting biased data out of it. So as we retrained our model, we improved, we said these snow piles are not cars, our model got better. But we also have to be careful as we train models in the real world in our cities that we use representative data sets that are unbiased, that are clearly identifiable, that are transparent, that are explainable. And that becomes really important as we go forward.
Thank you very much. Sunil, how do you implement major transformational projects like smart cities in very diverse global cities? Could you give us one successful example and key learning of another city?
Thank you. Thank you, Anton. Very quickly, because I'm aware of the time. Transformation in majority of cities around the world, and we have studied this over 60 cities in the last 2 decades. The championship of smart cities come from 2 main components. That's what our research indicates. Number 1 is the vision. Vision is extremely critical when we are putting the smart cities on our platforms. And this vision has to be clear, very simple, but also responding to what your local needs are. The second most critical thing is the people, or what we term is building capacity of people into decision making. Also going down, and I congratulate Talal for you to thinking about this, even looking at things like how do you upskill, how do you bring people in your facilities management? So you have top-down approach and bottom-up, and that's what the success factors are. 2 things I would say to cities which are really championing this is Seoul, city of Seoul is implementing it successfully. And then we are looking at city of Barcelona. Barcelona, I congratulate them for bringing the best minds in urban development, planning, and city making every November. Nowhere in the history we have seen such a successful model of bringing 25,000-30,000 people every year to talk about the future of cities. But one thing I do want to congratulate local, and I would highly encourage all of you to visit this wonderful institute. And I went and saw this institute with the president of the institute is the mayor, Honorable Mayor of Riyadh, is the Arab Urban Development Institute. And they are doing some of the transforming work in what UN has classified as the next big urbanization hotspot, which are the Arab cities in the world. If we get the cities in this region right, it gives us a real ray of hope of implementing all the smart cities around the world. So I see there's a great opportunity lying here, starting with Riyadh, to lead some of the most challenging things in front of our cities. Anton, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I have one question for the 4 of you, is how will economic growth impact digital transformation and vice versa? I'd like to know your opinion from your different angles. And can I start with you again, Talal?
It's very critical, the economic growth and the social development, because the infrastructure, the city infrastructure is very important. It's the enablers for the growth of economy and the social development. And as I mentioned before, the collaboration between all the municipalities and the technology providers and the people itself is very critical for the economy of each cities or the social development.
Thank you. Juanjo, from your perspective.
Yeah. I think the important message I would like to convey in this regard is economies of scale. We have to reach economies of scale because that is what will, among other things, attract investment of entrepreneurs and solution providers who will find the right incentives to invest in developing solutions that can develop once and replicate it across multiple cities in the world. And this way, we will be able to attract innovative ideas and the creation of solutions which will really transform the planet.
Thank you. John.
So when I start to think about growth across the world, it's really about collaboration and how do we collaborate across the cities and learn from each other, bring best practices. As we start to scale these solutions, we can't do it in silos. We need to do it as a global community. And so number one, I think we should be working predominantly in open source to really elevate all around the world.
Thank you, Sunil.
Thank you, Anton. Smart people. My take is invest in making people smart. And I'll give you one quick example. 6 billion liters of water, Mr. Talal, what you have saved, if you look at sub-Saharan, I've just done a quick calculation in my mind, if you look at sub-Saharan domestic consumption, you can feed water yearly for more than 150,000 households. And that's what smart people can do. They can distribute whatever limited resources we have got. And I think the smart cities fundamentally is about sharing and distribution. Anton, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know how we're running for time, but I don't see the clock ticking anymore. So I think it's time for me to round up. We've heard things about smart citizens. We've heard things about facility management playing an important role, a city as an enabler. Collaboration is key, public, private, but also people, partnership, and may I add then Sunil's expertise as with a knowledge institution, open standards, open source frameworks. I think if we're able to collaborate in those areas, great things may happen, and we see actually a lot of things happening already here in the kingdom and in Riyadh, and I think there's a great future that starts here and could be a great example for the whole area here on the Arabic Peninsula. I'd like to thank you I'd like to thank Mr. Talal, Juanjo, John, and Sunil for your expertise and insights, and I wish you a very fruitful rest of the conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's the Smart City Global Forum, and it's day one. If you're just joining us, a very warm welcome, and especially to our honored guests here in Saudi Arabia. I have to tell you, this event does nothing for my wanderlust. I don't know whether I want to go to Amsterdam next, or Sydney, back to Spain or California, or of course keep learning about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Thank you to all of our contributors so far. We've heard a lot about technology solutions, about the cutting edge, but how do all of those improve the quality of life for ourselves, for our citizens around the world? That's the subject of this final session before lunch. And we've got two brilliant guests from one of the world's most respected technology companies, IBM, that you're about to meet. And in our chair for the conversation, another very respected technology company, Accenture, will be asking the questions. So why don't we welcome out all three guests, chaired by Managing Director for Accenture, Thomas Musulik. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining our panel today. As Ollie just said, we are going to talk about smart city services and how they are going to impact our quality of life. My name is Thomas Musiolik. I'm Managing Director at Accenture here in Riyadh. And with me are two great panelists, Dima and Henrik. Please just say a few words about yourself.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Thomas, for the introduction. So I'm Dima Al-Adel, and leading the product and client advocacy as part of global IBM sales and software. My background is in AI. It's in my blood. And of course, it coincides with the topic of today, which is smart cities.
Thank you. Henrik.
Hi, I'm Hendrik Hamann. I'm also from IBM. I'm a Chief Science Officer responsible for our global work in IBM research in climate and sustainability. I have been, for 25 years, a technologist, always at the intersection between the physical and the digital. And of course, smarter cities is something which is really close to my heart.
Thank you very much. Now, we are talking a lot about smart cities, the services, the use cases, technology, all of this. But what is, in your view, the real thing that really makes our quality of life impact in the future? Dima, please start.
Well, there's no doubt, I mean, in today's urban living that, smart cities is playing a tremendous role in it. We've talked about it, we've seen it so far, with the sessions that we've had. In my opinion, when you have a lot of projects, you want to focus, at least personally, I like to look at the impact. What project is going to impact the average citizen the most? And I think for us living in Riyadh, probably the traffic issue, the transportation issue is our biggest hurdle. So personally, that's the biggest concern for me at the moment.
Thank you. Henrik, what do you think?
Yeah, so I have a slightly different answer. Of course, smarter city services, one could say they're all really important services related to healthcare, services to help with better air quality, water quality, services to help with transportation. I would say, though, from a smarter city perspective, one of the most important services are the ones which can enable others to innovate on top of the investments you've made into smarter cities, so open data services, which will enable startups, universities, the citizens to engage, and it will allow you to create an ecosystem.
That all sounds pretty nice, right? But there are for sure some risks as well bound to it. Dima, what do you think? What are maybe the challenges and risks that you see from your area?
Oh, this is a very good question, because just like any other technology, of course, smart cities, the technology used in smart city does come with its own share of challenges and risks. And probably it's not being talked about enough, and probably this is the right platform for us to raise awareness about it. Let me summarize it in 3 points. The first one is the risk of data privacy. With the smart technology, with the sensor being implanted everywhere on devices around the city, we're collecting personal data, on the go, on the fly. So there should be, there is a lot of concern around the usage of these data. How is it stored? How is it used? How is it analyzed? So, of course, on top of implementing, or part of the projects implementing smart city solutions, there has to be a good security system on top of it to include that there is no breach of personal data, in the midst of the progress that we're making. The other risk that I see is the potential gap, and this is probably controversial, the potential gap that could separate those with access to technology and those without access to technology. Because let's think about it. If you have people living in rural areas without the proper infrastructure, that means they're going to be left out while other areas are progressing with the solutions that they're providing. And another demographic that also I would like to shed some light on is, I would say, the older generation that are not necessarily tech savvy, who don't know how to use the technology. We don't want to leave them behind. Hence, when I said, the transportation is my biggest concern, because it's going to affect everyone, whether they use technology or not. Now, the third concern that I have is the over-reliance on technology. And personally, I've been bitten by that. So, when you have a smart solutions, you always have to ensure that you've got the right backup system, just in case if something goes wrong. Now, I have a smart system at home. And I thought that I was smart having the manual backup, the switches that I could control my appliances and, whatever I have at home without having to use Wi-Fi. And guess what? I lost Wi-Fi for 2 years. And the telco company, they said, well, we're doing some maintenance. And that's when I realized the faults that I have and which appliances don't have a manual switch that I could be using. So can you imagine that on a wider scale?
Funny that you say that, because when you see I have a paper in my hand, just in case my mobile would not work, right? Okay. Henrik, in your role at IBM now, you're working a lot on AI and sustainability. There's a lot of kind of those foundation models that are created. What is your view on how this can contribute to the smart city services and development? Maybe you have also an example.
Yeah, of course, AI will be absolutely critical to further progress in smarter cities. Smart cities will only be as smart as your AI eventually is, or your analytics is, your machine learning approach is. Now, in the past, AI was rather task-specific, and that occasionally could be challenging because in a smarter city context, of course, you have many, many different services you want to address, and eventually scaling out these services can become challenging if you have bespoke AI. Now, in the last 3-4 years, we've seen the emergence of foundation models. And in fact, that is quite a game changer if you think about it, because they are much more generalizable. They're adaptable. So instead of taking a model and you learn task by task, you have now the opportunity to build a foundation, maybe a foundation model for a smarter city, which then allows you to fine-tune different applications. So that is definitely a game changer as it relates to scaling out AI. Now, in terms of examples, we've taken actually a foundation model here in the region, actually together with Sadaya, on a foundation model which was trained on a very large satellite information, and we've used that model to monitor emissions from roads, emissions from power plants in the urban context at extremely high spatial and temporal resolution. Now, the beauty of such a foundation model is you can take the same foundation model, then tune it to something like heat islands. And we're using the same foundation model fine-tuned to heat islands to now forecast and understand heat islands in an urban context, which is obviously also very important for this region.
Thank you. Now, public-private partnerships, that's usually quite an accelerator for many initiatives. Dima, what is your view how they can contribute to this?
This is a common topic that I always see, whether it's with smart cities or any forum that I'm speaking about. public-private partnership is always crucial to the success of any project that you're going to work on, especially on bigger scales. Now, when it comes to smart city projects or initiatives, that would fall into the ability what private sector can bring in terms of, technology, expertise, acceleration, innovation, but at the same time, collaboration with the private sector, with the public sector. That means you've got the governance, you've got the protection of national assets, you've got involvement of the public, the citizens in these initiatives, the feedback, and so you've got that continuous cycle. Now, probably this does not apply to Saudi, but it might apply to other countries around the world in which the private sector can bring financial investment into these projects. You've got some governments who do not necessarily have the financial support or the financial available, they don't have the dollars that could run these ambitious projects. So by collaborating with the private sector, they could ensure that they're not being left behind and they're, on the wheel of progress, with all the nations around them. Now, the third one is, I would say, the collaboration and keeping that conversation going. And that goes even beyond the PPP. It's not just the public-private partnership. It goes to academia, involving the public, having that platform and creating a synergy so that it's a continuous conversation. Everyone is bringing whatever they've got to the table, and you're hearing feedback. You've got that continuous collaboration going on.
Yeah, that's true. Absolutely. Thank you. Now, when it comes to those technologies and AI as well, Hendrik, there are some gaps maybe that you see. What are those when you see, okay, when we want to leverage this AI, those foundation models, what are the gaps to overcome?
Yeah, so gaps are, of course, always opportunities.
Yes.
In the smart city context, of course, AI is especially challenging because many of the services are critical. They're very important services. And people's life and the quality of life will depend on these services. So clearly a big challenge is to make sure that the AI and the foundation models which we are using are trustworthy, resilient, explainable. Now, towards that end, we of course have to collaborate. I think these types of questions, how can we really ensure that our models are trustworthy, is not a question that one organization can do or even a whole country can do, but we all got to collaborate to build that trust in these types of technologies. And so towards that end, IBM and Meta actually just launched an AI alliance, which is exactly supposed to do this. It really is a group of literally thousands of different organizations worldwide, government, academia, industry, who have come together to ensure that we have the mechanisms in place to validate AI, to make it trustworthy, to make it safe, to make it resilient. The other challenge and gap, it's somewhat related to what Dima already discussed. I think it is really important that the technologies which we produce are consumable to everyone, not just the technologists or the people who are savvy in technology. So making sure that these technologies are so easy to use that anyone can use it, and so we can have the impact we all wish to have.
Thank you, Hendrik. Yeah, consumable to everyone. That's a good point, because when we think about citizens, actually, the visitors, Dima, right? What is, in your view, kind of the way how we could, as citizens, participate and use those services to participate in decision-making in the future?
I think we've already seen examples today of what His Excellency Mr. Majid Al-Hikail showed. He showed Baladi, the app and the platform that we've got, and we've seen many examples, of how we are already engaging, in the decision making, or at least in the feedback that we are providing. However, if I were to speak about it generally, I would say now almost everyone has a smartphone, so it's very easy to get the public opinion through platforms that you could build, to ensure that you're getting all the right messages through. Having the apps, like we've seen with Baladi, you can immediately just take pictures of what you've seen, for visual pollutions, and you just report it, and it's going to be, taken care of. So I think keeping that, that engagement going through by utilizing the technology we already have, that's very crucial, that's very important. In addition to having like virtual town halls, having that visibility again on the projects that we are already running, for us as citizens to know what the progress has been made, when initial phases are being, launched, maybe get the feedback from the public on what's working, what's not, what other ideas could be enhanced. So I think it's very basic, but very crucial, I would say.
Super, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Now, when we fast forward, Henrik, the next 5 to 10 years, what's kind of next? What are the things that you would see would come next? A bit connected to what you just said, Dima, right?
Yeah, I think, I love that question. To look forward and to see what's coming, I think one area which is often underestimated, we look at all the progress we have made in terms of digitization of our urban systems, right, which is the prerequisite of smarter cities. And we think, maybe we think we're done, but I think we're just at the beginning of it.
Yes.
It's just the tip of the iceberg, and we will digitize faster, more details, everything in real time. Every home will be connected, every home will be fully instrumented, of course. Every car will have LiDAR sensors, every process, everything in the city is actually and will be actually digitized in real time.
Yeah.
And I think that is where we see a lot of progress. And because of all that information we're going to generate, we will have AI everywhere. And so I clearly see that as something which will happen. We will have AI foundation models for smarter cities, not just for text, but something which actually encompasses the multimodal information which we get from these urban systems.
That sounds like a lot of speed, right? Now, if you think about us thinkers and leaders, what can we do, as a kind of closing remark now, in your view, what can we do right tomorrow? What should we focus on? Dima,
again,
please.
I would stress on the fact that we need collaboration. We need everyone to be part of the conversation.
Yeah.
All sectors, should be on that table. And equality, inclusivity, to always remember the demographics that we are serving.
True. Thank you. Henrik?
Yes, I have something very similar. I think it's just 2 words, or 3, depending on how you count. It is, let's collaborate.
Yeah.
Let's collaborate to accelerate the use of these technologies in the smarter city context. Let's accelerate in bringing sustainability, which will be absolutely critical. It is all about collaboration. Smarter cities is very much synonymous for collaboration.
Thank you very much. You heard it. Let's collaborate. Thank you. And with this, the session is closed. Thank you.
Well, a huge thanks. Why don't we have another round of applause for Thomas, Dima, and Hendrik as well. A brilliant conversation. And a brilliant way to end our first quarter of the event together, because after all of that, it's time for a very well-earned break here at the forum. Now, so much still to come in the remaining time we have together, but let me encourage you once again to keep sharing your insights on our hashtag, Global Smart City Forum. Lots of you already doing that. We're streaming around the world as I speak. We're going to take a well-earned break now for just under an hour for lunch. We'll be back here in the arena on the main stage at 1:55. So here's to a whole new round of conversation and connection. We will see you after the break. Thank you, and until then, have a wonderful break. Thank you.
food than like snacky. You can't just canapé and big, exactly, but that's why I'm like the kind of food that they give.
One. Please enjoy the finger food we have outside and come back for the next show. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the main stage is about to restart. Please join us. Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the main stage is about to restart. Please join us. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the break as much as I do. This room is sounding a little bit quiet. I'm wondering whether everybody's back from lunch. Can you do me a favor really quickly? So everybody can do this, right? Yeah, you see, I don't hear it. Can I? Okay, it's getting better. A little bit more. Yes. Thank you. I can hear that you're in the room. Welcome back from lunch. Now, my name is Dumi Makabo, as I said at the beginning of the day. And I don't know how many of you know where I come from. I come from a country called South Africa. And no, we're not going to talk about the fact that we don't have electricity in South Africa. We're not discussing that. We are at the bottom of the African continent. And the reason I'm saying that is because right across the continent, we have a common understanding of many proverbs and many sayings. One of them is, how do you eat an elephant? And the answer, of course, is in bite-sized chunks. Now, let's be clear. Please don't eat our elephants. We like them. We want to keep them. It was just an example. Okay. One of my favorite ones, though, is if you want to walk far or go far, go with others. Or if you want to go quickly, you go alone. So what we're going to be talking about in the next session is how to walk far. And we want to talk about that in the context of building collaborative approaches to smart city standardization. How do we walk far? How do we go far together? Obviously through collaboration. And to take us through that discussion, please welcome the Chief Data and Innovation Officer at Al Medina Regional Development Authority, Abdul Rahman Ibrahim. And please note, part of the session will be in Arabic. So if, like me, you don't speak Arabic, make sure translation headset ready. So please do give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everyone for the first session after the break. I'm glad to see the same energy and excitement because we need it for this session. And I need you to please fasten your seat belts as well because the organizers asked me to run this session within 20 minutes only for a big topic, standardization of smart cities. And I will switch between Arabic and English occasionally, just to ensure that the interpreters are on their toes after the lunch break. So, we all agree that smart cities' prime objective is to improve the quality of life. Actually, the motto of this forum, a better life. Different and various systems, use cases, and applications run our smart cities. And here comes the topic of standards and standardization arises. And we have two distinguished guests today with us. His Excellency, Dr. Saad Al-Qasabi, the Governor of the Saudi Standards, Metrology, and Quality Organization. And Mr. Andrea Battaglia, the Chief Executive Officer of the Fireware Foundation. My first trigger question to both of you, do smart cities really need standards, and why? Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية خالص الشكر والتقدير لسدايا ولمعالي الدكتور عبد الله والزملاء على ترتيب هذا المنتدى الهام. أظن هذا الموضوع من المواضيع المهمة لنا التميز في جميع المجالات، وهذا من أهم المواضيع التي نسعى إلى أن نحقق الأهداف الطموحة لرؤيتنا في هذا المجال. نحن في المواصفات، طبعا المواصفات بشكل عام دائما نسعى لتقديم حياة وخدمات أفضل، أسهل وأكثر أماناً للمجتمع بمختلف فئاته. لذلك تهدف المواصفات في محورها الأول هي حماية المستهلك والحفاظ على حقوقه. أيضاً من أهم أهداف المواصفات هي تقديم الأدوات للقطاع الخاص للأتمتة والتوسع في الخدمات أو المنتجات التي يقدمها، ومساعدته في تحقيق متطلبات نفاذ الأسواق بمختلف أنواعها. في مجال المدن الذكية نعم نحتاج إلى مواصفات، بل أكاد أجزم أننا نحتاج إلى المواصفات بشكل أكثر أهمية في المدن الذكية. دائما لما نتكلم عن ذكاء الأعمال أو المدن الذكية، الذكاء دائما يرتبط في مجالات الأتمتة في البيانات والتعامل مع البيانات، والانتقال بهذه البيانات إلى تقديم خدمات متميزة للمستفيدين من هذه البيانات بمختلف المستويات. لذلك في مجال المدن الذكية تناقش المواصفات المباني الذكية، خدمات التعليم، خدمات الصحة، خدمات الطاقة وترشيدها، الخدمات اللوجستية، الخدمات البنى التحتية، كلها في مجال المدن الذكية تحتاج إلى أن تكون هنالك مواصفات محددة يستطيع الجميع التعامل معها. المواصفات هي مثل اللغة ومثل الحروف والجمل أو الكلمات التي تستخدم في اللغات. إذا استخدمنا كلمات موحدة وحروف موحدة سنستطيع أن نتكامل ونتواصل. لذلك في الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة تبنينا منهجية دائما إنشاء لجان فنية في المجالات المختلفة. أنشأنا لجنة فنية في مجال المدن الذكية تقودها سدايا مشكورة، تشارك فيها مجموعة من الجهات الحكومية، وزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية، وزارة النقل، وزارة الصحة، وزارة الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، أيضا القطاع الأكاديمي جامعة حائل ومدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، القطاع الخاص أيضا يشارك في هذه اللجنة، شركة علم. الهدف أن يقود هذا الفريق بحكم الاختصاص وبحكم الاهتمام قيادة تقديم مشاريع المواصفات السعودية في مجالات المدن الذكية. وبحمد الله قام هذا الفريق بتطوير 14 مشروع مواصفة قياسية سعودية يمكن تقسيمها إلى 3 محاور. المحور الأول هو أدلة العمل، وهنالك مجموعة من المواصفات التي تتكلم عن تبادل البيانات وآلية تبادل البيانات وحمايتها والتأكد من سلامتها. أيضا أدلة العمل في مجالات الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات وغيرها من أدلة العمل. الفئة الثانية هي الهيكلة والأطر المطلوبة لتوحيد اللغة بين جميع الجهات المتعاملة مع خدمات المدن الذكية، ويشمل ذلك إدارة المعرفة، إدارة مراكز البيانات ومواردها، أيضا النقل الذكي وإدارة هذه الموارد. لابد من أن يكون هنالك أطر تتوافق عليها جميع هذه الجهات وتكون هذه الأطر واضحة وطنيا. المحور الثالث وهو الأهم أو مهم جدا، وهو محور المؤشرات. كيف نقيس تقديم خدمات صحيحة ومتميزة للمستفيدين من خدمات المدن الذكية؟ هنالك مجموعة من المواصفات أيضا التي بدأتها هذه اللجنة والتي اعتمدت من مجلس إدارة هيئة المواصفات القياسية السعودية. عندنا أكثر من 296 مؤشر من خلال 4 مواصفات تخص المؤشرات. بهذه المنظومة استطعنا أن نبني منظومة وطنية سعودية لتوصيف وتحديد المعايير المشتركة في كل ما يخص المدن الذكية، وأعدت هذه المعايير وأكرر من جميع الأطراف ذات العلاقة. الهدف أننا نصل إلى تطبيق فاعل وناجع لهذه المواصفات.
شكرا معاليك. Mr. Battaglia, do we need standardization in smart cities and why?
Let me first of all say thank you to their highnesses and excellencies and the entire event organization. It is an honor to be here with all of you, learn from you and share with you my point of view. I would like to quote His Excellency because it is true that in the smart cities domain we can find a vast diversity of technologies and needs, not just from the technical standpoint, but also from the sustainability standpoint, that operational sustainability that I believe is crucial for the continuous innovation of a smart city platform. So standards are foundational for the continuity of the development and improvement of any technology, any economy, any interoperability between different groups of technologies, different cities in a country. So standards are basically what makes everything work together. I'm also happy to share with you that I'm the CEO of the Fireware Foundation since January the 1st this year. And I come from a business journey with Red Hat that you most probably know is the company that makes enterprise open source and makes out of the standards that they develop, that they contribute to, the base for their business. So I definitely agree with His Excellency that the standards are crucial for this new era, digital era, and for the time being.
Thank you very much. معاليك في معرض كلامك ذكرت عدة جهات وأهمية التقييس في المدن الذكية، لكن توجد شريحة من المختصين ترى أن عملية المعايير، وضع معايير وتقييس للمدن الذكية تحد أو تكون عائق للابتكار. يعني دائما هذا الفكر موجود أنه المعايير والتقييس ضد الابتكار. يعني إيش رأيك في هذا المقولة؟
والله أنا أعتبر هذا ادعاء لأنه في الحقيقة المواصفات هي بالعكس، أظنها هي الممكن الأول لأي ابتكار أنه ينطلق إلى التطبيق العملي والانتشار. والمواصفات لا تدخل في مرحلة تطوير الابتكار. تطوير الابتكار المفروض يكون مفتوح، متاح للجميع، الكل يطور الابتكارات المختلفة. ما بعد الابتكار مهم جدا أن نصل إلى توصيف للمنتج أو الخدمة التي تم ابتكارها، ثم بعد ذلك كيفية الاستفادة من هذا التوصيف لأولا الحصول على منتج أو خدمة تحقق المستهدف منها، ثانيا ضمان سلامة المتعاملين مع هذا المنتج وهذه الخدمة، وتأكد من يعني ما يكون هنالك أي تبعات سلبية لتطبيق هذه الفكرة وهذا المنتج. ثالثاً وهو المهم مرة أخرى هو الانتشار. إذا أراد أي مبتكر من فكرة أن تتحول إلى منتج وإلى فكرة تجارية وتنتشر وتدخل الأسواق المختلفة، من المهم أن تحقق أو يحقق هذا المنتج وهذه الخدمة المعايير والمواصفات المطلوبة التي تفرضها هذه الأسواق. نحن في المملكة العربية السعودية نتبنى المواصفات العالمية والدولية قدر الإمكان. أكثر من 80% من مواصفاتنا هي مواصفات دولية، لذلك نسعى لأن يكون المبتكرين عندنا بعد أن يحولوا منتجاتهم أفكارهم إلى منتجات أن يكونوا يعني أن تكون هذه المنتجات تطبق المواصفات العالمية لتمكنهم من دخول الأسواق. أيضا في مجال الابتكار والمعرفة هنالك مواصفات دولية تتكلم عن إدارة الابتكار، تتكلم عن إدارة الملكية الفكرية وكيف تحافظ على الملكية الفكرية لهذه الفكرة الإبداعية. فبالعكس المواصفات مرة أخرى هي ممكن وداعم للابتكار والإبداع.
نعم، شكرا معاليك. Mr. Battaglia, you mentioned during your initial statement about the enterprise open source. Fireware is the promoter and works in defining the open source technologies and open source and open data. However, the previous question, there is a segment of experts that challenge the open source concept, and they always link it to the breach of privacy and security. What is your take on this?
Thanks for the question. I will try to be concise and crisp. I've heard a lot of colleagues, also the chairman of my technical steering committee of Fireware, a lot of very experienced professionals talking about open source today. It is important to remark that open source is definitely the way of collaborating, building something together, saving costs when it's about reusing technology. But it's also important to underline that there are different shapes of open source. There is the upstream open source, that is what everybody can do. And that's all about creating standards, proposing solutions, trying to solve technical problems. And then there is an enterprise open source that Fireware 2.0, the Fireware 2.0 I'm trying to build, will try to tackle and address, which is the solution to both business and technical needs. So talking about open source without considering the value that the open source can have for business, for public government, for governments and public sector is half the way. Standards support the open source, but also the specification of functionalities of the services His Excellency was talking about is crucial to build the foundation again for a continuous innovation approach to digital transformation processes like the one the government of Saudi Arabia is going through nowadays.
Yes, interestingly, in both of your statements, Your Excellency and Mr. Battaglia, you always bring up the collaboration part in setting the standards. Why the collaboration is always coming when we into the discussion while we are speaking about standardization? Why is it important?
التكامل بين الجهات المختلفة في وضع المعايير أظن هو الركن الأساسي لضمان التطبيق الناجح لهذه المعايير. القطاع الخاص في الغالب والمبتكرون هم الذين يطورون الأفكار، وتبدأ الفكرة دائما من مبتكر أو من مبدع أو من شركة في القطاع الخاص لمنتج أو خدمة، ثم بعد ذلك تطور هذه الفكرة إلى أن يكون هنالك حاجة لوضع معايير ومواصفات لها. الآن في الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس والجودة عندنا منهجية واضحة. أي مشروع مواصفة يجب أن يطور ويصدر من خلال لجنة فنية تكنيكال كوميتي، وهذه هي الممارسة العالمية. اللجنة الفنية نحرص على أن تكون متوازنة حتى نضمن أن المواصفة التي تصدر تكون متوازنة، ما تكون متحيزة لطرف دون طرف. والثلاث أركان الذين يعني يشكلون توازن هي أولاً القطاع الحكومي، لأن القطاع الحكومي هو المنظم وهو الذي سيفرض اللوائح الفنية التي تتحكم بدخول المنتج أو الخدمة إلى السوق أو تقديمها في السوق. القطاع الثاني وهو القطاع الخاص، وهو المطور والصانع أو الذي يطور الخدمة أو المنتج، ومهم جدا أن يكون هو العنصر أساسي في فريق العمل الفني. الجزء الثالث أو الركن الثالث هو القطاع الأكاديمي والبحثي، والذي يحقق التوازن بين الطرفين، بين طرف التشريع والضبط وبين طرف الإبداع والابتكار وإلى آخره. من خلال هذه المجموعات الثلاث أو من تشكيل الفريق الفني اعتمادا على هذه الأركان الثلاثة نخرج دائما بفريق فني متوازن. تخرج المواصفة متوازنة وفعلا تحقق متطلبات جميع الأطراف الثلاثة، فتحقق أطراف الحكومة والجهات المنظمة للسوق، سواء كانت وزارة التجارة، سواء كان منتج يعني استهلاكي، سواء كان منتج خدمي يستخدم خدمات سياحية، الخدمات البنكية وغيرها من الخدمات. أيضا يحقق متطلبات القطاع الخاص في هذا المنتج وهذه الخدمة ومعاييرها، وأنه فعلا القطاع الخاص مطلع في وقت مبكر على معايير المواصفة وجاهز تطبيقها. أولا قبل ذلك هو وضع كل متطلباته فيها، ثم بعد ذلك جاهز للتطبيق، مطلع على خطة التطبيق وخطة فرض هذه المواصفة. القطاع الأكاديمي، الأبحاث، التوجهات المستقبلية في هذا المجال يكون هو مطلع، ونتأكد أن المواصفة فعلا تواكب هذه التطلعات. بدون هذا التكامل لا يمكن أن نحقق التوازن والنجاح المنشود في تطبيق المواصفة. في مجال المدن الذكية كما ذكرت سابقا، لو لاحظنا من الأسماء الجهات المشاركة هي أيضا 3 مجموعات: القطاع الحكومي بقيادة سدايا، القطاع الأكاديمي بقيادة كاكست والبحثي، وأيضا القطاع الخاص بقيادة شركة علم.
نعم، شكرا معالي. Mr. Battaglia.
Thank you. There is no growth without collaboration, and there is no collaboration without a community. I think of the fiber community, for example. I think of Al Medina, Atos, AWS, NEC in Japan. We have a vast community that is all over the world, and that confirms that the fiber standards are the de facto standard for smart cities and public sector and seamless integration and interoperability. The community also gives value to what we do, recommends adoption of specific technologies to expand the functionalities we offer in both the specification and the implementation of our what we call generic enablers, so the technology that is used at the end, and makes sure that fiber components are part of an enterprise business value that our ecosystem delivers to their end customers. So community is crucial. Thank you.
Great. So let me recap some key takeaways. According to His Excellency, standards are not opposing innovation. Actually, standards are key enablers for the smart cities. Standards are very important for the interoperability among the various systems that run the smart cities. Collaboration among various stakeholders, government, private sector, academia, and the citizens themselves as well, is key in setting the standards for smart cities. His Excellency announced for the 14 standards for the smart cities under 3 main categories: the guidelines, framework, and indicators. Your Excellency, معاليك إذا كان لك كلمة أخيرة قبل ما نختم.
شكرا جزيلا. يعني مرة أخرى يعني أنتهز هذه الفرصة لشكر اللجنة الفنية التي تقود هذا الحراك في المواصفات والمقاييس السعودية في مجالات المدن الذكية، وأشكر سدايا على قيادة هذا الفريق، وأشكر الجهات المشاركة وعلى رأسها وزارة النقل معالي الوزير على هذه الروح التشاركية. في الحقيقة نحن نعيش عصر متميز في المملكة العربية السعودية، رؤية طموحة تركز على ازدهار الاقتصاد، حيوية المجتمع، وطموح الوطن. لن نتمكن من تحقيق هذه الرؤية الطموحة بدون أن يكون هنالك تكامل وتشاركية بين القطاعات المختلفة، والتي في الحقيقة يعني شعرنا فيها في هيئة المواصفات من خلال الفرق الفنية والتكامل التي تقوده يعني الجهات المختلفة من القطاع العام والخاص والقطاع الأكاديمي والبحثي في صياغة المواصفات. فخالص الشكر والتقدير لجميع الجهات المشاركة التي نفخر في الحقيقة مشاركتها وقيادتها لهذا الملف الهام، وانتهز هذه الفرصة لإطلاق المواصفات القياسية السعودية في مجال المدن الذكية.
شكرا معاليك. شكرا Mr. Battaglia.
In an effort to establish a unified framework and guide technical experts in Saudi cities toward adopting the best international practices for developing technical systems in smart cities, as well as to enhance the efficiency and sustainability of urban infrastructure and services, the Saudi Standards, Metrology and Quality Organization and several government entities introduces the Saudi specifications and standards for smart cities, aiming to enhance the quality of smart cities infrastructure, provide a comprehensive framework for operational management, assess the level of smart city maturity and quality of life, promote environmental sustainability in smart cities. This initiative encompasses 14 standards officially endorsed as national specifications for smart cities, aligning with global best practices to foster a sustainable urban environment and contribute to a better life.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of our announcements today, but especially on that latest one. Honored guests, we have touched on AI already today, and His Excellency hinted at the hugely successful Global AI Summit held here in the Kingdom for the very first time, to return as well. Now, in this conversation, we're going to go beyond the algorithm. We're going to talk much more about ethical AI, what that means in smart cities. I'm delighted to say we have a very special guest for this, and in the chair, somebody who spends their time thinking about just these issues, because they're working on AI strategy and gender at the UNDP, that's the UN's development program. So, with their very special guest, please welcome to our stage Dr. Maha Gemira.
Don't listen too much to me because I'm on the other.
Hi. So I'm very pleased to be here today with you. Let's start by this. Traditionally, when people reflect on ethics, they do not primarily think about cities. However, cities, if we think about it more, are the places where most of the world's problems are concentrated and solved. So I think we should spend more time thinking how we can design, build, but also operate cities ethically with new technologies and mainly with artificial intelligence. Knowing that by 2013, the population living in cities will increase by an additional 1.5 billion people. This, of course, gonna put a great strain on resources, infrastructure, jobs, and health. And this is according to the UN report 2020. So knowing that, I think we need to come up and to settle creative approaches. And such one is the smart city. However, due to the recent infancy of the concept, a lot of challenges, and mainly ethical challenges, are still to be defined. And the concept has slightly changed from technology-driven to data-driven, and now it is shifting toward technology-enabling and human-centered solutions. So we will try during this panel debate to answer some questions related to the ethical design of AI-based solutions for smart cities. And it is with a great pleasure and with no further ado that I'm welcoming a very distinguished speaker, Dr. Abdulrahman Habib, Deputy Chief Strategy Officer. And we will try to point out, to answer a few questions, to also question some dilemmas of how human-centered design approach for ethical AI could promote a more sustainable pathway of cities where there is much better life for people. So, Dr. Abdulrahman Habib, to some extent, smart cities are collecting data, everyone's data, everything's data, trying to mimic the behavior of the people, but also to mimic the human decisions. And supposedly, we're trying with algorithm to take the best solution. However, this might work in a very industrial process where the goal is straightforward. The goal we are pursuing is straightforward, is defined. But in a city, this is not the case. And most of the time, objectives, goals are contradictory each other, but also sometimes non-aligned and different locations. So do you think that with ethical principles of AI, we might align some of those objectives and put in AI, instead of threatening the freedom and the privacy of the citizens, being more enabling, empowering the citizen, unleashing the collective intelligence?
Thank you, Dr. Maha. Before this session, many asked me, why do we talk about AI ethics in a smart city conference? Many of the previous panelists today mentioned the technology and the use of technology. They mentioned also the use of AI in many areas. We at Sedaya, we published AI ethics and worked with the UNESCO also on AI ethics recommendations. And we see that the ethics and designing those applications or those advancements, thinking about the AI ethics is very important. I'll give some example. I think fairness is one of the most common examples today. Many of the systems that have been designed in different areas, either in human credit, for example, or credit scoring, or in some cases, criminal justice, faced a lot of challenges based on the bias. We train the machine learning programs based on the data available. This data is most likely biased. And if the developers and the companies who are developing this did not consider the ethical principles directly from the design, most likely they forget about it. And we only talk about it afterward when we have the issues with the users. So many of them will be shut down or canceled. And then after fixing the problem, you can introduce them again. Therefore, the design, ethical design by principle is an important part. Also, privacy and security. Today, we talked about collecting so many data from IoTs, from cameras, surveillance in multiple places, and where this is very legitimate for security and securing the space within the city. However, how is this protecting the privacy of user? And then, is the privacy protected directly by the design, or this is something that we think about after fact? Therefore, this concept, it's not only a concept, it's not an idea. And in Sadaya AI ethics principle we published, I think there was 3 main novelties in that document. The first is that we integrated the development life cycle as part of the document itself. So we are not talking only about the principle, but in each of the principles and when exactly to use it or when to think about it during the development life cycle. Also, we try to add as many tools as possible. Like, for example, we have 75 questions at the end of the document asking more detailed questions about each of the principles with the time that related to the principle. And maybe finally, we try to make an incentive for companies who will use the AI ethics in their design in order for them to support them to sell or promote their product, saying those products ethically considered ethical practices and try to answer ethical consideration.
Thank you, very interesting. I'll go back to incentives, but I want to continue with the principles. So you mentioned fairness, privacy. What about explainability?
Very important deal, explainability. Today, and I think we seen multiple programs that you can see it's adding a lot of value. There are a lot of advancement in these applications. But however, if we automate a big part of the process, how do we justify this? And in order to think about this, I think take an example in a court of law. When there is a dispute and people want to return to the data and see how things happened and how these system affected the decisions or the decision made by the systems or by human. So reliability and safety is one important principle where each system that need to be deployed for human use need to be checked multiple times, different ways, and through different methodologies as well, before putting it to use with the subjects. Also, we have the privilege to work with SASU, the Saudi Authority for Specification, for AI and robotic specification, where we try to also adapt the specification required for AI and for robotics, IoT, in order to support the kingdom advancement in that area. Maybe lastly, explainability is an important piece. You will see a lot of these systems give you a recommendation on how can you use or utilize this system and this information. But humans need to be part of that loop and need to have an understanding how the system managed to get into that conclusion, and then also how that conclusion help advance the cause or save life or improve efficiency in that case.
Thank you for giving for each principle a very interesting local example. Then knowing that surely explainability in very sensitive services like healthcare and mobility in general are crucial, it reminds me that accountability is also important. So what do you think?
Accountability plays a big role. Now, in implementing advanced AI systems in the city, the questions become who's accountable in different situations. Is it the provider who provides that solution? Or in some cases in US, they said it is the developer who's accountable for that mistake. And we know a lot of cases in that regard. Or sometimes also the city who decided to implement these type of solutions also have some accountability. We don't have an answer yet, but accountability and responsibility is an open discussion today in many places, and especially in court of laws, where there are a lot of areas that need to be held, or users or sometimes companies need to be held accountable for certain programs, and at the same time need to be explained how this accountability play its role within the court of law.
Okay, thank you, very interesting. So we are talking about ethical principles of AI during the algorithm design, but developers and technologists, as said before, are not the only stakeholders in the system. And so I was thinking about urban managers. And through our AI algorithms, we understand that the system is nonlinear, very complex, and it's very hard to capture all the goals regarding that in a city. We want to answer fairness questions, culture, health, education, environment, and this is a hard goal, if not impossible. So when we want to design the algorithm, we want to reduce the complexity or to capture the complexity of the models in a very reduced model, which forces most of the time the urban management to operate on a very limited understanding of the city. So that brings the other question, Dr. Habib. How can we complement these AI models by reason and experience?
Very good points. First, models are built for us human to use and to utilize in a good way. So all this advancement need to be built with a human-centric design in mind. And it's not only what are the benefits to human, but also for individuals, for society, for environment, and the benefits need to be across all these programs. We at Sadaya also understood that and understood that many of these principles not only need to be written or maybe presented, but through the generative AI principles we published last month. We actually published it for 2 different documents. One for government agencies, where it speaks more about the main principles, of course, but also how is the purchasing process need to be done? What are the questions that you need to ask yourself about? How can you comply, or what are the things that you need to comply with? And also, what are the considerations that you need to consider when purchasing an AI system versus purchasing any other software? So those are all complementing each other to help us understand how can we benefit the society and the city from these type of systems.
Thank you for enlightening us on this question. A few years ago, I was developing algorithms myself, still doing on my free time. And I was thinking about what would be the prerequisites, but also the incentives, because you were mentioning the incentives before, during the algorithm design to ensure human-centered solution. Unfortunately, this wasn't our main goal when we were developing AI algorithm a few years ago, but it should. So what do you think?
So in AI principles, ethical principles, we tried not to make it as a regulation, and companies need to comply with those regulations only. It's not the carrot and stick type. We thought if people understood that the design need to be considering all these aspects, especially ethical aspects and ethical concerns, they will adhere to. And we believe that most of the subjects are there to do a good job. Therefore, we try to build an incentive, digital badges, in order for companies on a product level for a specific period of time, for companies to adhere to those requirements, think about in advance, and try to embed them within the design. And if they manage to design their products with a good ethical understanding and implement most of the tools to avoid bias, to be more responsible, to evaluate the system accuracy and privacy, to adhere to certain laws like the personal data protection laws or GDPR in different places. Now, this means this design is better than just making a model to answer a challenge or to respond to a challenge. And the city, as you mentioned, is a multifaceted problem where it is non-linear. So it is not easy to solve a problem with one equation or sometimes with one application. Therefore, having the incentive, we believe, will drive a lot of companies to work toward those ethical concerns and to work to implement them in a more practical way instead of just speaking about the ethics, speaking about the principles, while we don't know how to implement them.
Very interesting talk earlier in the morning. The speaker was trying to define many speakers actually did, were trying to define the smart city concept. But this is true that there is no consensus on a very limited, commonly accepted, agreed on definition. However, we can think, Dr. Habib, that a smart city is largely being a city in which communication information technology is integrated to the business, social, and physical infrastructure for the sake to optimize, automate, make things more efficient, and control. And aligning the ethical principles that we've been talking about, we might succeed in putting the citizen first. However, still, a lot of stakeholders, smart city stakeholders, are still seeing and thinking that some of the human, ethical, cultural, and democratic values are more an obstacle than helping fostering a pathway towards a more sustainable city. So do you think they are opposing or they can be aligned? What would be your vision?
I believe that the idea of a utopian city was there for a long time. Plato's Republic is an example where he imagined eliminating poverty by fairly distributed resources. Humans were trying to think about this problem since the beginning, with equality in economics, governments, and even justice, in so many different places, even way before the technology we know today. And this dream still a dream that follows many leaders today. Therefore, I believe the tools we have today, especially the technical tools, will allow us to reach some of these goals faster than before. With the ethical design in mind and the collaboration between different stakeholders within the city, we will be able to reach way better situation than before. We understand that the challenges are enormous in this situation. Population are increasing, resources are still limited, but we also believe that having this ethical consideration by design will play a tremendous role. I also like to highlight that SDAIA have been working hard also in supporting different countries in the region and elsewhere by establishing the International Center for Artificial Intelligence Research and Ethics. That has approval of UNESCO to be a Category 2 center, where we will be able to share some of the advancement that SDAIA and other countries within the region, Arab countries, have reached, and also raise our voice internationally and globally about the ethical concerns and how we try to implement them and what are the advancements in Middle East or in Arab countries through the UNESCO system.
I would like to congratulate you for the UNESCO's category, very big achievement, but also for the principles that you've been publishing recently. I'm quite often seeing what you are delivering, guys, at SDAIA. Congratulations. So you've been mentioning, finally, it's a good bridge for me, because you were mentioning the technical aspect, and we were talking from the beginning about algorithms, but I would like now to jump on data. I think as technicians, we all know the value chain of the data. And my question is regarding the time. At what stage would we or should we consider the ethical aspects?
I think ethical aspects need to be considered early enough from the design. As I mentioned earlier, so many systems and examples from even big companies have implemented multiple marvels from a technological perspective. And system will be able to do so many things. However, this system didn't fly and didn't get the adoption needed, mainly because some ethical consideration and concerns. So if we design most of our system with an ethical understanding from the beginning and as part of the process of the development life cycle, then we will be able to reach our goal.
So early stage?
All the time.
Okay. I think I'm sharing this answer. I was also, maybe we had a discussion offline about the resilience of a smart city. And do you think, Dr. Habib, that being ethical by design in AI, in a context of a smart city, might help our cities to be more resilient regarding every crisis we can live, every pandemic we can face?
I think
and how?
COVID-19 was a very good example of how technology helped us, especially in Saudi, with the use of Tawakkalna and the use of a lot of systems that to support a better experience for us during COVID-19. That was a great example. I think ethics, sustainability works together. They might be synonyms to the same concept, but they're working together very, very correctly. And if you use them throughout the design process and execution, and also throughout the implementation, AI system in specific, especially with transfer learning, need to be continuously audited, continuously monitored, and also continuously evaluated. It's different than other type of system where you implement the system one time and that's it.
Just realized that we run out of time. So thank you, Dr. Habib, for the great perspectives and the ideas that you shared with us. I might maybe conclude, do you want to conclude first? Okay. I might conclude with I was very happy to see the choreography earlier during the opening ceremony. And it reminds me finally that cities are places where people meet, communicate, make friends. In other words, cities are first and foremost for people. And I think as a wrap-up, we brought this ecosystemic perspective to ensure that data, but also algorithms and every stakeholder in a smart city shouldn't serve exclusively corporate interests, but should promote collective intelligence and the interests of the civil society. As we have pointed out, solutions designed for citizens do not need to be inefficient. They do just work differently. They're not subtractive. They're not bad compromises. They're good compromises. Thank you again, Dr. Habib, and thank you for the audience.
Thank you.
And I think another round of applause for our panel would be quite appropriate, so thank you very much. We're not doing a round of applause? Thank you. So we've been speaking for most of the day about smart cities, about some of the needs that people will have, and some of the thinking and innovative thinking that we want to see emerging as we build smart cities and try to change the way in which we live in them. But one important aspect that you cannot deny, whether you're driving around Johannesburg or Riyadh or any other city, is mobility and getting from point A to point B. So we're going to have a look at the future of transportation and exploring the role of smart mobility, taking a look at exactly what that looks like. Give us a picture of what Riyadh or Saudi Arabia is thinking about in that regard. Please put your hands together for His Excellency Engineer Saleh Al Jasser, the Minister of Transport and Logistics here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وأود أولاً أن أتقدم بالشكر الجزيل للهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي على دعوتها الكريمة وعلى تنظيمها لهذا المنتدى الدولي الهام. كما أبدأ بتقديم ترحيب خاص لضيوف المنتدى من خارج المملكة. وانعقاد مثل هذه المنتديات هو مؤشر على الحراك الكبير الذي تمر به المملكة من استضافة الندوات والمناسبات، وأيضاً هي مؤشر على ما تمثله من جاذبية وتحول كبير. المملكة تمر بتقدم وتطورات متسارعة في كافة الأنشطة والتحولات الكبرى، وقطاع النقل والخدمات اللوجستية هو أحد هذه المكونات الهامة في رؤية المملكة 2030، فهي ممكنة لكافة القطاعات الاقتصادية والتجارية والسياحية والحج والعمرة، وأيضاً عملها يأتي مكمل بشكل كبير لما تقوم به وزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية والهيئات الخاصة بالمدن والبلديات من أعمال، خصوصاً ما يتعلق بالأعمال الخاصة بالنقل وداخل هذه المدن. ولا شك أنه التقنيات التي توظف كثير منها يتكامل ما بين الأدوار الخاصة بالجهات التي تدير وتملك البنية التحتية داخل المدن وأيضاً خارج المدن، ولذلك هناك عمل كبير ومؤسسي للتكامل والتعاون بين مختلف هذه الجهات، سواء من ناحية توظيف التقنيات الحديثة أو الربط أو التقنيات. وحقيقة المدن الذكية هي ليست فقط المدن التي تقوم بتوظيف التقنيات المتقدمة، وإنما هي المدن التي تكون أقرب إلى توفير جودة حياة أعلى لساكنيها وزائريها. وهناك ربط مثمر ما بين الاستراتيجية الوطنية للنقل والخدمات اللوجستية التي جوهرها تحويل المملكة إلى مركز لوجستي عالمي، وأيضاً تحقيق مستهدفات كبرى فيما يتعلق بأنماط النقل المختلفة، وتتكامل مع ما تقوم به الجهات الأخرى. أيضاً أفردت الاستراتيجية الوطنية للنقل والخدمات اللوجستية جزءاً مهماً من مبادراتها ومشاريعها إلى ما يتعلق بتوظيف التقنيات الحديثة وأنماط النقل الحديثة، سواء للقطارات أو للسيارات الكهربائية أو السيارات ذاتية القيادة أو الطائرات ذاتية القيادة. أيضاً أفردت مبادرات متعددة لتوظيف التقنيات الحديثة، توظيف المعلومات المتكاملة، سواء من حيث جمع هذه المعلومات أو ربطها أو توظيفها لزيادة الكفاءة التشغيلية، وأيضاً لتجويد عملية التخطيط لأنماط النقل المختلفة أيضا تتكامل هذه الجهود مع الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي عبر اتفاقيات وعمل مشترك للمساعدة وتبادل المعلومات فيما يتعلق بالتقنيات الحديثة. فمثلا في تخطيط الطرق الجديدة ما بين المدن حاليا يتم توظيف البيانات المتوفرة من الجوال وأيضا آليات العد المختلفة الإلكترونية لحساب الحركة وتصميم الاحتياج للطرق المستقبلية. أيضا التقنيات الحديثة والذكية تخدم في تطوير أعمال الصيانة وأعمال التشغيل لمختلف منظومات النقل، سواء في جلب هذه التقنيات أو أيضا العمل مع الجهات الأخرى فيما يتعلق بالتعامل مع هذه التقنيات الحديثة. نعمل على تعزيز النقل الذكي، وهناك العديد سواء من التجارب المشتركة التي تم القيام بها لتوظيف هذه التقنيات سواء مع المشاريع الكبرى أو مع الجامعات بالمملكة أو حتى مع مراكز بحثية خارج المملكة لتجربة هذه التقنيات الحديثة وبحث إمكانية توظيفها والآلية المناسبة. أيضا هناك عمل كبير فيما يتعلق بتطوير التشريعات المناسبة والقوانين والأنظمة التي تمكن من توظيف هذه التقنيات. أيضا هناك جانب يعني توفير البيئات التجريبية التي تمكن يعني عمل تجارب على التقنيات الحديثة أو حتى حماية المنشآت الصغيرة التي يعني تبدأ بدايات صغيرة وخطوات وتحتاج إلى الحماية ضمن هذه البيئات التجريبية. أيضا تتضمن الاستراتيجية مبادرة مهمة فيما يتعلق بتمكين تقنيات النقل الحديثة، وهي توفير مضمار تجارب ل يعني آليات النقل الحديثة ومنظومات النقل الحديثة، سواء السيارات ذاتية القيادة، الطائرات ذاتية القيادة. أيضا هناك عمل كبير فيما يتعلق في جمع البيانات، وجمع البيانات يعتبر جزء أساسي من تمكين البيئة المناسبة لتوظيف التقنيات الحديثة. اليوم تم ربط كافة الشاحنات الموجودة في المملكة إلكترونياً لتوفير معلومات متكاملة عن مثلاً موقع الشاحنات والحافلات، عن الأوزان، عن درجة الحرارة، عن السرعة وغيرها من المعلومات اللي تعتبر معلومات أساسية سواء للتخطيط لأنظمة النقل المستقبلية أو ممكن لتوظيف منظومات النقل المستقبلية. وأيضاً بالمملكة يتم تبادل هذه المعلومات ما بين الجهات المختلفة والتي تتكامل أدوارها لخلق التقدم المطلوب في منظومات النقل سواء خارج المدن أو داخل المدن. أيضاً يعني المدن الذكية وأنظمة النقل الذكية تتطلب يعني جهود كبيرة فيما يتعلق بمراعاة الجوانب البيئية، وهذا يتطلب أيضاً متغيرات وتوفير تقنيات مختلفة، مما يعني يحتم أن يكون هناك متابعة لكافة هذه التقنيات والتكامل ما بين الجهات المختلفة. أيضاً جانب السلامة مهم في توظيف التقنيات المختلفة، لأنه أيضاً جانب تتكامل في الجهات الهندسية التي تقوم ببناء البنى التحتية والجهات التشغيلية والجهات الضبطية والجهات أيضاً التوعوية أو الإعلامية التي تقوم بإيصال ورفع مستوى التوعية لدى الجمهور المستخدم لهذه التقنيات. هذه الأعمال المشتركة أيضاً وظفت الكثير من التقنيات الحديثة وأثمرت يعني تكامل هذا العمل بتخفيض الوفيات وتخفيض الحوادث الجسيمة بنسب فاقت 50% خلال ال5 سنوات الأخيرة، وهي أيضاً هذا العمل مستمر ويستهدف إلى مزيد من التخفيض أكثر من 50% أخرى خلال السنوات القادمة وحتى 2030. هذه الجهود مستمرة، وأيضاً آثارها تتعدى يعني فقط الأثر على المستخدمين، ولكن أيضاً هناك أثر على كفاءة وجودة الخدمات المقدمة. هناك تقنيات حديثة الحاجة الاستثمارية فيها تكون أقل من الاستثمارات المطلوبة في أنماط النقل التقليدية. هناك المايكرو موبيليتي سيكون لها أثر متكامل بتوفير اللاست مايل مع أنظمة النقل المركزية، وأيضاً سيكون لها أثر يعني كبير في الجوانب البيئية. نتطلع إلى الاستمرار العمل مع الزملاء في وزارة الشؤون البلدية والقروية، في هيئات المدن، أيضاً الجهات التي تضع المعايير مثل الهيئة السعودية للمواصفات والمقاييس، وأيضاً الجهات الأخرى التي توفر المعلومات أو توفر التقنيات الحديثة مثل الهيئة السعودية للبيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي، لنكمل هذه الرحلة من التحول والتقدم في مجالات النقل والخدمات اللوجستية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Well, welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are here at the Global Smart City Forum here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And especially warm welcome to our guests here at the arena. We've just heard His Excellency speaking from the point of view of the Ministry for Transportation and Logistics Services about Saudi Arabia as a global logistics hub. Also, that sense of deep integration with the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, with safety right at the core of that vision and thinking. Now, we're going to continue this transportation theme now, honored guests. These are the sessions that I have to report back on to my two young daughters, because let me tell you, if flying cars don't get mentioned, there will be disappointment at home. We've already talked about autonomous vehicles on the road and in the skies. I wonder if we'll bring them together now. This session is called Unstoppable Cities. Two very special guests and someone in the chair who knows more than a thing or two about the subject. Based out of Barcelona, they lead something called the Barcelona Innova Lab Mobility. With their honored guests, why don't we welcome to the stage Luis Gomez.
السلام عليكم أهلا وسهلا اسمي لويس غوميز في برشلونة في إسبانيا كيف الحال but I continue in English sorry well unstoppable cities mobility is changing is transforming our lives our cities our urban planification is transforming everything it's impacting everything technology is impacting mobility mobility is impacting everything population is growing, cities are growing, and it's difficult to understand what is going to happen in 10 or 20 years. But we are lucky today because we have two very special panelists coming from the cars, construction, and also for the technology, artificial intelligence. They are changing the world. They are changing the world in everything, but especially in mobility. Let me first introduce sorry, Mr. I have to put my glasses, sorry. Mr. Faisal Sultan. Faisal Sultan is the VP and the General Director of Lucid Cars for the Middle East here in Riyadh. Welcome, Faisal.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Glad to be here. Faisal Sultan, I'm the Managing Director for Lucid Motors. And I've been in the region for a while, so it's great to see the transformation that is happening here. And I look forward to talking about this great smart city concept and how we can contribute electric vehicles, the technology, the new wonders that are going in the.
I guess it's something wrong with the mic. But, well, anyway, thank you, Faisal. We will continue the discussion. Now let me introduce Mr. Armand Ruiz. Is the Director of Generative Artificial Intelligence in IBM.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'm super excited to be here in Riyadh. It's my first time also in Saudi Arabia. I'm very grateful the Sadaya team invited me. My name is Arman. I'm the director of a team that is doing hundreds of pilots on generative AI. We just hired 800 people in 6 months to close the year. And I can talk a lot about generative AI and what we're doing. I've been working for IBM for over 12 years. I started with Watson, if you remember IBM Watson. So we quietly lost the Watson battle, but we deployed it in over 10,000 accounts. So now we are upgrading that. We're making it better. We announced the next generation of IBM Watson, which is called Watson X. And with that, we are embracing generative AI to the full LLMs, foundation models. We're partnering with a lot of interesting ecosystem partners. So yeah, glad to be here and looking forward to have this conversation.
Thank you. Faisal, please tell us a little bit more about Lucid Cars because you are doing amazing things. Yeah, something. Yeah. Thank you. And also here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, so we actually opened, Lucid Motors is an electric vehicle company. We're a technology-based company out of California, but we have a heavy presence in Saudi Arabia. We're actually the first auto vehicle manufacturer. We opened our plant in King Abdullah Economic City last year. We're already assembling cars, the award-winning Lucid Air, world's most luxurious car, and also the world's fastest and the longest range car. It has, I think, won more awards in its 3 years of existence than any other car model. So, and it is being now assembled very proudly in Saudi Arabia. So we've, and a lot of these vehicles are now on the roads. I'm driving one and it's parked outside too. So we're beginning to see a lot of these cars. And I think what Lucid has done, it's opened the gate for electric vehicle and also automotive manufacturing along with technology based. So of course, partners like like IBM, Apple, and some of the others that are also coming in. A lot of this technology hub will reside in Saudi Arabia now in the near future as part of this Vision 2030.
And Arman, generative artificial intelligence, where are you changing in our lives?
Yeah, everyone is talking about Gen AI. I'm sure everyone knows about ChatGPT, but there is a lot more to that. I will start saying the hype is real. We've been talking about AI for over a decade, but right now we are at the point with LLMs and transformers. We got to a point where the technology, it got democratized. So basically, generative AI, what is giving everyone is a set of models that are pre-trained usually by either big tech companies, like for example, you can take Llama 2 as one of those pre-trained models, or the ecosystem and the open source community. And it got so easy to adapt them for multiple use cases. And until now, if you wanted to do AI, you really needed a very good specialized team. So that's why only very big corporations, big tech companies were able to take full advantage of AI. And with LLMs and foundation models, the entry barrier is so low right now that anyone can do it, any company, any startup, any city, and the use cases are endless. So when it comes to generative AI, basically we're opening a whole new world of possibilities. The whole promise of AI is finally getting there, where you can, and I think we've seen the power of generative AI with these chatbots like ChatGPT, because they got so good. They can do creative tasks, you can summarize, you can create images, and now we're getting into multimodality, so you can start mixing data formats beyond text to audio, to image, to video, and go beyond that, right? We're here talking about smart cities and mobility, and here we start talking about geospatial data, time series data, time series as well. So it's just so many different use cases.
Thank you. I'm moving the conversation to urban mobility. I'm still working in the city, trying to imagine them and to make rules for the new mobility. And I have questions for you. I guess everyone has questions for you about autonomous vehicles. You both are, of course, electrical vehicles. I guess the answer is yes, but you have more answers than me. But what about the autonomous vehicles? Arman, please.
Yeah, so look, I live in San Francisco, and I've been living there for over 5 years now. And when I moved there, I saw a lot of cars with a lot of equipment just driving around the city with the driver driving it, but they were just capturing data. And I think in the last, you can confirm, but I think in the last 2 years, they started to go fully autonomous. There were Cruise and Waymo, and you could order them like a taxi, and they will take you from point A to point B in the city, which is in the city, it's not in the highway, it's in the city, which is a lot of complexity, a lot of variables and unpredictability. But that's there. And right now, even in San Francisco, you can order a Waymo car, self-driving, no driver in the car, using Uber, the Uber app. So that's actually really exciting because it's actually opening up the ecosystem, and they are going beyond San Francisco. I know they are testing in Arizona, in Miami, in Austin. So I think the technology is there. What really gets me really excited is about the whole simulation, 3D simulation world, where you can train robots nowadays in a 3D simulated environment. So I think here is where we can mix generative AI with mobility and self-driving cars. You can basically train your self-driving cars in a simulated environment, and you can generate different conditions, road conditions, high visibility, low visibility, rain, fog, unpredictable events. You can do that on a 3D environment, and you can use generative AI to create new 3D objects and situations, and you can create as many as you want in parallel. So that's how companies like NVIDIA are providing a lot of technology for that, and 3D providers like Unity are providing the engine to create these virtual worlds. So I cannot wait to see how Riyadh is getting into this 3D world and training the self-driving cars here using those simulated environments, because the speed of execution to get into a full self-driving world, it can move a lot faster using that kind of technology.
Yeah, I think very well explained. I think, look, electric vehicles are basically computers on wheels, right? So the technology is already there, as we just discussed. The sensors, the hardware for the autonomous, and then the computing nature of the car itself. It has many microprocessors built into the car, which can be used to really adopt the AI technology to do a lot of things, like you mentioned already. I think it really becomes your personal assistant in office. While you are driving, you can do half of your work day just by prompts, talking to your car and telling the car what to do. And it can run your smart homes, your smart offices, to do a lot of the analysis for you while you're in the car, maybe going on a vacation in an autonomous car. So you're working just by talking. So I think the future is amazing. There's a lot of work being done. But for autonomous, I want to go back to the autonomous side a little bit, because for autonomous cars, I think one of the key ingredients is really the infrastructure. You need to have the connectivity, and I think that's where you're seeing a lot of progress. The car has to be connected. You have to have control mechanisms, basically taking the data, real-time data, and then processing it. What is going on? How is the car going to be rerouted? Are the lines on the road from an infrastructure point of view, there, so that the car has a reference point all the time on the road itself. And then the more cars that are talking to each other, vehicle-to-vehicle communications is going to be very much important for everything to really become a level 4, whereas it's hands-off and you can sleep in a car and the car takes you there, and then you wake up and you get out of the car. That, I think it's going to take certain time, because there's external factors that are involved, but we are seeing 2.5, level 2.5, level 3 right now in the cars, where you can take your hands off for just slight period of time, and then it asks you to put your hands back on. So no sleeping in the car yet, but I think it's definitely coming.
Well, but more or less technology is there. You say that the technology we have to improve, and maybe we have to test more in cities. The cities will have to be totally open to regulate with you. I imagine this is the main question today, because it's easy to see autonomous cars in San Francisco, some places, but not spread out everywhere still. What is the main problem right now?
That's the main thing. You need a fully interconnected system. So the cars, they are just one component. Then you need sensors, you need cameras, you need traffic lights that are capturing data. All that needs to work. That's why the full ecosystem to make smart cities, it needs to be like a full partnership between a lot of different parties. The technology is almost there, is not quite there. We need a lot of research. Actually, one of the biggest challenges in AI is dealing with two things. One is multimodality, and if you want to really take advantage of AI, you need to create AI that can handle data in different formats. So just to give you an example, ChatGPT is excellent at dealing with text, but to create a very advanced, let me just give you an example. Imagine you want to teach someone what is an apple. You can give them like a full description of what an apple is, but then you will only know what is an apple when you actually have it in your hands, you taste it, you smell it. So you have like all these different modalities, data modalities to understand what the object is. So AI, we're in the point where we're trying to get it into this multimodality. Research is moving fast, but it's not quite there yet. And then in order to have like fully autonomous systems, you need to have very advanced real-time AI models that need to work in conjunction with the environment. So for that, you need a great partnership between big tech companies like Lucid, with the governments, putting the right infrastructure, research from universities. So it's a big partnership, is a big challenge to bring all these different interconnected systems together. I think that's the biggest blocker right now.
You were working with we were advising the Ministry of Saudi Arabia in this sense of technology. You know, the regulations are difficult for these teams, not only here, everywhere.
Yeah, I think prior to joining Lucid, I worked, about 5 years for Ministry of, at that time, Energy, Industry, and Mineral Resources. It was one ministry, and worked for a think tank that actually worked on getting the industrialization policy for automotive implemented for the country. And it's great to see that some of those policies now are being implemented, but I think there's a lot of work on the policy side that really still needs to happen, because it is truly a partnership between technology, government, as we were talking about prior to the panel, the city authorities, the tech companies, and regulatory parties, because they all need to come together and have these controlled areas for deployment of such a change. It's really, it's going to change the way we do things, right, when we are going to be 100% autonomous. So, look forward to these developments. There's a lot of parties that are working in Saudi Arabia. A lot of companies are coming in, establishing offices here. And then there are definitely, educational institutions like COXT, CAXT, King Abdullah Science, City of Science and Technology that, we're working with. And we are also working with COXT and King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, and also with SEDAIA and some of the other authorities here to make sure that those policies have the right ingredients from what the OEMs need, what the companies need, that can benefit the consumers at the end of the day.
Wow, when you are in the city trying to run in the mobility department, the mobility of the city, okay, it's easy to talk about innovation, but sometimes, oh my God, we are getting ready for the autonomous cars, but when we are preparing this and doing, okay, my God, they are coming flying cars now, flying taxis, flying vehicles. It's going to happen soon. What do you think?
I've seen quite some startups that are getting a lot of investment right now, doing very interesting things in that area. So we're far from there, but there are some good use cases. One that I think you told me the name, I forgot it before. Archer. They are testing how to go from, for example, Newark to downtown New York. So those are valid use cases, and I see use cases as well where it's not like flying cars, but like delivery drones and things like that will finally start to get there. I think what policies need to follow, and they need to follow fast. At the end of the day, I think the theme of this conference is smart cities to have a better life, right? So people want to live in cities where you get amazing services, where you don't spend half of your day commuting, where you can spend time outdoors, where there is no contamination, there is no noise. So for that, you need very, very smart systems in place that fully optimize all the infrastructure and mobility of the city. And in order to do that, it's a race, and people will go where they will get a better life. So you will see competition between cities to see which one is catching up first, and the new generations will actually move where they will have a better life. And if it's not there, I'll go somewhere else to find that better life. So I hope that is putting some pressure in some cities and municipalities to hurry up, to make bigger investments, and to put the policies in place so the technology can be implemented at a faster pace.
Yeah, I think, look, need drives the technology, right? So there is definitely a need to get transportation and commute of people. I think there's a lot of wheels on the road, touching the road. So I definitely think there is a play there for sure. And I think what is important is going to be, again, as I said, policies and privacy laws, corridors, for safe flights, because you have infrastructure right now, you have high voltage electric lines all over the place. What do you do about those? Do they go underground? So there is some mutual collaboration that really needs to happen for these things to become a mass transport commute systems. But definitely progress is going to be made, and in controlled ways, just like autonomous, you will see these flying drones and flying vehicles pop up in regions where they could be deployed without having any negative impact or major changes.
Thank you. Very interesting. Yet, infrastructure is very, very important. We have to rebuild almost from scratch many of things to connect cars, connect everything. Is our obligation for the public sector is something that we have to do together, private, and who has to pay for this? Who owns the data? Data is another topic, a very important topic.
I think data is a huge topic here. Well, first of all, I think the city infrastructure has to be an investment made by the city and the government, unless there is some way to monetize it. So then you can bring in private companies. But right now, I don't see a lot of monetization strategies to monetize how to put sensors on a traffic light. Maybe yes, but I think that investment needs to happen at the government level. Data, I think, is the one thing that you really need to open up the ecosystem to have an open data strategy, because that's how you will accelerate innovation, and then you can start adding new players to the party, right? Like new startups, new research labs from universities, and so on. So I think that those need to be part of the policies as well. So you also don't have like one very dominant player that they hold all the data hostage and they slow down innovation and adoption of technology in a specific city.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think everyone will have to play their role. It's not really a chicken and the egg story here. It's really a lot of chickens and a lot of eggs playing at the same time, in parallel, because the technology partners, they need to keep working on the investments for the future where the smart cities can become a reality. And, the OEMs or original equipment manufacturers like Lucid and some of the other car manufacturers, or, there could be other applications that also require investment and the R&D side in the product itself. That lies with us. So of course, we will be doing that. But then the city's authorities, they need to do their part, and they need to also be collaborating with the tech companies and the electric vehicle companies or auto manufacturers to make sure that the language that is being implemented, that is going to communicate with each other, how to collect the data, where the data is stored, those policies, it has to be a collaboration between all parties, all stakeholders. So I think that's the biggest challenge for having a full smart city that is always connected, always talking to each other, where the infrastructure is talking to the car is talking to the driver's watch is showing something. All of that has to play out, and it's going to be very interesting. Something out of one of those space movies that we used to watch probably about 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, it sounds like this to me when I listen from you, because, well, we will not need the mobility department making these regulations, because it already will be in the cloud, everything, or with the with artificial intelligence. It's an amazing future. How many years for total connected cars and more or less, I guess?
It really depends on the location. I think maybe some of the newest communities and cities built from scratch will get there in the next three years, right? And for other places where you need to more adapt older infrastructure, it will take longer, but I think in the next 5 to 10 years, we'll see a completely different world in terms of like how we start to move around the cities.
Yeah, I think for us, it has already started. Like the Lucid Air is all the time connected, and as long as there's a signal, right? So our providers are very, very important for us. In the kingdom, we have STC, and STC has an excellent 5G coverage all over the kingdom and GCC. So our cart is fully connected all the time. OTA updates with a push of a button. The car will tell you that there is a software update ready, and it will take 15 minutes of the time on the connection that you have. You press a button, you will allow it to be parked, and the car will update itself. So for us, it's already started, but I do agree that we are infrastructure related, right? So right now, it is the our providers, data providers, that limit it, the capability of the car. So the more towers that are flowing data, more coverage, I think 5G and then beyond now, I think it's going to help how fast things get done in these cars.
I guess also we are in Riyadh, we have a lot to learn from, because cities like Riyadh, they are growing very fast. They are implementing new technologies without renovate all facilities. I guess we should learn, the old cities, we should learn from what's happening here. You know more than us because you are based here, but I guess there's a lot of things going on in Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, and technology and mobility and all of. Can you explain something, some example?
Yeah, I think, look, if you start from scratch, it's always better. Greenfield developments definitely need to start looking into these things. I think there are models out there, as we talked about San Francisco, from a connectivity point of view, an autonomous point of view. It's already doing it. In Phoenix, Arizona, it's already happening. I think in Singapore, there are areas that are also doing it. So there are regions, and I think Saudi has a great opportunity because you have NEOM being built right now, you have other regions, then you have regions within cities, like we have King Abdullah Financial District, we have King Abdullah City of Science and Technology. These are controlled regions that can have limited deployment, a pilot program immediately started where you can start testing some of these things. And some of that work is already being done, few gaps to be filled, and for mobility maybe, we can definitely participate and then get that done. And then in Europe, I think me and you were talking about Barcelona. I think opportunity is definitely there because as we discussed, the public is going to move where the quality of life is better for them, and nobody wants to be stuck in a traffic, on a 10-kilometer ride and be on the road for 30, 40 minutes just to, you could use your resources to do something much better. So the cars being connected gives you at least some hope for the time being, because you can do a lot of work while you're stuck in traffic in your car. So I would say 2 steps. The smart cities really need to catch up, and in the meantime, the cars can, if they're connected, can help you do some chores while you're stuck in the traffic.
I guess we have just a few minutes. How do you imagine to make a conclusion? How do you imagine in 10 or 20 years the mobility in San Francisco? Well, it's the most innovative city in mobility now.
How do I imagine it? Well, I was telling you before coming here.
Do you need artificial intelligence?
Yeah, I mean, my commute to go to the office right now is with an electric bike, and I take a ferry to downtown San Francisco. So that's quite a dream commute. No, I don't use the car at all during the week. So I think that will be the reality for many people, regardless where they live. They will be able to move from point A to point B with 0 emissions, spending less time. I think at the end of the day, someone said it this morning, we are on a journey. It's not like we will wake up one day and the city will be smart. So my biggest call to action is for everyone to just get started. Conferences like this are so important because we can all share ideas and knowledge and use cases like the one we saw this morning from Seoul. So yeah, I encourage everyone to also go around, look what others are doing, and have a lot of conversations, because like this we can envision how the future cities will be in the next 5-10 years.
Would you like to add something to conclude?
I think you are going to continue to see more areas, controlled areas within the cities on the new development especially. I think they are definitely going to come up with this smart city concept, and I think they will definitely serve as the pilot, to learn from, to make it better, and then the widespread of that. I think I can't say that in the next 5-6 years you're going to have a widespread, but for sure in the greenfield side, the new development, you're going to see more. But maybe in about 10 years' time, 15 years' time, you're going to start seeing some of the major cities in the world adopting these standards.
Thank you very much. From my part, I will invite you to Barcelona, because we need to team with companies like yours and with people like you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So one of the realities of life is that I have to accept and acknowledge the fact that I'm getting old. And one of the good things about that is that you come to appreciate a lot of things. And one thing that I've come to appreciate as I've lived longer on our planet is the unpredictability, yes, the inevitability, but the unpredictability of the future. I mean, after all, we don't know what we don't know, and that's okay. We don't know what tomorrow holds. We don't know what the impact of generative AI, of immersive technologies, of the metaverse is really going to be on our lives and how it's going to change our lives. But in spite of the fact that we don't know, we still have to try to shape a future which includes all of those things. And that is certainly going to be a challenge in and of itself, especially because we don't know what we don't know. To take us down that road a little bit, though, to try to get a little bit of a sense of what the picture might look like, to see through the fog, please help me in welcoming Christina Yanjian, who is the CEO of the Metaverse Institute based in the United Kingdom, and her panel to take us on that journey. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Christina Yanjian, CEO of the Metaverse Institute. I also co-chair the United Nations International Telecommunication Union's new task group on pre-standardization of Cityverse, where we're looking at how to use a wide range of frontier technology to create people-centered future smart cities. Today, it's a really great honor for me to have this distinguished panel of world leaders join us to talk about AI, metaverse, and other immersive technology. Let me introduce them one by one. The first speaker is Greg Wilson, who is Microsoft Worldwide Public Sector's CTO for the government. His role is to help global public sector government clients to work with Microsoft technologies to empower growth, innovation, and digital transformation. Before Microsoft, Greg has spent 31 years serving the British Army, leading their transformation, innovation, and digital. And today, I just understand that he actually went to Sandhurst Military Academy, where a lot of Saudi royal prince also went to for world leadership training. So Greg, really delighted to have you here today.
Thank you, delighted to be here.
Wonderful. Our next speaker is Guillermo Miranda, and he's a seasoned senior executive with extensive global leadership and experience driving digital platform and user-centered business to accelerate skills and people performance across the globe. And he has been the chief learning officer of both Boeing and IBM. Guillermo, very nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you all. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Yusuf Abdul Kondi. He is a professor and also emerging scholar at Synchronous University, where his research sits at the intersection of emerging technologies, justice, as well as sustainable development. Also, he happened to be the product policy manager at Meta. Nice to have you here today.
Thank you, and assalamu alaikum to everyone in the audience.
Wonderful. Let's kick off. So, Greg, what are the current stage of generative AI and digital twins and their potential applications in smart city? Can you tell us a bit more?
Yes, of course, and thank you very much for the invite to come to Saudi. It's great to come and see all the innovation and the opportunities of, that are being done with technology in this country. But when we think about generative AI and what it means for smart cities, I think we need to bear in mind it's only just over a year old in terms of the generative AI capabilities when it came to the market. And within 2 months, there was 100 million users of GPT. So the impact of this compared to, say, mobile phones, which took 18 months to get to 100 million users, that actually the impact generative AI is having on society is immense. And we're certainly seeing that in Microsoft, the uptake of AI, because actually it's now being infused into every aspect of life. And that's why we think that it will definitely be taking a major impact in how AI operates in the smart cities environments. And we're beginning to see that already in how transport's managed, sustainability issues, how using digital twins are being done to plan and replan sort of opportunities. And I've always said, and I talk about digital twins, you know, the most expensive racing car in Formula One, and obviously a lot of Formula One going on here, is actually the digital twin, because of how it's been tested and the savings that can be done against the physical environment. So we're certainly seeing that, and it's democratizing also the technology for people. So improved citizen services, better productivity in governments, as well as all the benefits that will be brought in terms of efficiencies for waste, water, power management, et cetera, going forward. So for me, there is a real boon about generative AI. It's definitely not a hype. It's here to stay, and we're certainly seeing that around the world at the moment.
That's really exciting. So how can we enable scalability of those wide range of frontier technology for the benefit of smart cities?
When I go around the world and I have these discussions, AI is obviously top of the mind for everybody. But actually, what we seem to forget is the infrastructure that supports this. And therefore, very quickly, what I'm discussing with governments is around cloud infrastructure, and particularly the hyperscale cloud, where large language models, the ability to draw data in from global organizations, different parts of the world, or different parts of a country is key. So the hyperscale cloud transition is the most cost-effective and most secure way of being able to use this technology at the scale that you would want. So when we have a discussion with people thinking about generative AI, they tend to do a pilot and think about a very small sector. But actually what we encourage them to do is think about where's their plan beyond there, how can they scale to make this sustainable in the sector and provide the services that their citizens are after.
That's wonderful. So, Guillermo, how can we create effective ecosystem for the success of very complicated ecosystem like smart city?
Absolutely. Look, although there is a big hype on the technology, I think that also the people component is important to see. and how you enable participation and how you create this collaboration and connectivity of everybody. The big barrier not necessarily is going to be technology. Technology can be deployed, can be scaled. The big barrier is the mental mindset of citizens and how you can bring adoption into that equation, how people can feel comfortable using technology, feel comfortable interacting with technology. And I think that's actually the biggest barrier. And if you bring the use case close to the citizens, that will facilitate the configuration of these ecosystems, that will facilitate the collaboration between the different providers, because there is a series of providers that need to converge to make the experience an even experience across the different areas. So the people component is key in order to create those ecosystems.
I agree with you entirely. It's really important to highlight the people-centered approach in any kind of technology adoption. So what kind of role should different stakeholders, say governments, companies, or the public, play to create such effective ecosystem for smart cities?
Well, I think that the approach needs to be collaboration and needs to be put with the user at the center of how you establish things. Typically, the approach of cities and governments has been more process and policy driven. And then when you put that at front and not the user, usually you create barriers. You are not thinking of how this will affect your day-to-day. How am I going to pay for the subway? And that will be registered. How am I going to use this other system? How am I going to be recognized on the utilities networks? So if you get into the core of what is the use case and how the user will interact with all these technologies, that will be easier to articulate the collaboration.
Interesting. Thank you. And Yusuf, you do a lot of research on leading smart city with trust, equity, and how that can be done from designing it at the very beginning. So why do you think that's so important to incorporate this design concept at the very beginning of any kind of smart city development, especially using AI and metaverse?
Yeah, I think Guillermo kind of hit it on the nail when he mentioned to the audience here about designing from the core for the user. You know, right now, I'm live streaming to you all with my glasses on Instagram, right? So if you follow me on Instagram, you'll be able to see this. One of the benefits of these AI glasses is that my mother, who's visually impaired, is able to interact in a way that she otherwise would not be able to. As cities become more immersed in technology, as users become more connected with the technologies that they're encompassing, it's really essential that we think about how do we integrate them in the beginning. So a lot of our research at Syracuse University has focused on leading smart cities with trust by thinking about data privacy and data security, about ensuring inclusion, about making sure that we not only develop innovative and amazing and transformative technologies, but technologies that will have an effect, a positive effect on the users from the beginning as opposed to an afterthought.
Interesting. And I think you highlight a lot about the importance of human creativity, imagination, and how that can be manifested more and more often with the use of generative AI and metaverse. So can you tell us more?
Yeah, one of the things I think is fascinating about the metaverse is that I just talked to you about these glasses and how my mother's visually impaired and it could read the news for her, it can read a letter for her, it can give her direction. As we see more immersive technologies like whether it's Apple's Vision Pro or Meta's Quest 3, what we're finding is the ability to utilize this technology for people who are disabled. So if you're autistic, and generally speaking, autism is a spectrum, and so some people who are autistic have challenges with social interactions, you could develop augmented and virtual reality worlds that can help them be able to interact in ways that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to. So as opposed to the previous realities where people who were disabled were pushed to the outsides of society, we are now going to be able to integrate everybody in a more inclusive way, in a way that ensures not just access, but that we're thinking critically about how do we involve the most brightest parts of our society that are oftentimes left out.
It's interesting you're talking about inclusivity, accessibility, because according to the latest figure from the World Bank, there is a major global digital divide, where 2.6 billion population, nearly 1/3, they don't have access to the internet. So when we're talking about all the many amazing things brought about by generative AI, digital twins, metaverse, how can we ensure no one left behind?
Yeah, I know my colleagues will want to intervene, but just to jump in at it, what we found is many governments around the world, and in fact, many telecommunication providers have what's called universal access or universal service funds. These are funds that exist to be able to enable the investment in rural and unconnected communities who there isn't necessarily a business case to expand internet access to. And in those communities, we've developed a technology called the Internet Backpack that enables us to be able to deliver internet to those areas. So you can be in the Goma region of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there's a lot of bush and a lot of terrain, a lot of trees, and still have access to internet. Or you can be in the desert and be able to access internet. And what we see is when people have access to the internet, they're able to be utilizing the technologies in ways that have tremendously different use cases that many of us wouldn't have been able to think about.
Interesting. Greg, you at Microsoft, you guys have been doing a lot of important work to support government in different parts of the world to address digital divides. So can you tell us a bit more?
I think picking up on the professor's comments, connectivity is key to some of the areas, and clearly the work that we've done with telecoms to do that. But actually, I take it a step further than just connection to the internet. This is the advantage of the hyperscale cloud. The hyperscale cloud and the ability to have your services, or if you have a service placed on the marketplace that can use the hyperscale cloud, is enabling countries to be connected with the rest of the world. It's enabling them to improve their GDP, the services they want, and access the technologies from around the globe, and work in partnership with other nations as well. So very much we're seeing a mind shift in policy in terms of where data needed to be stored in country, to how can you store it in the cloud. And equally, as we think about the smart cities environments, again, how can data from the edge be used to provide the analytics, the decision making, and everything from within around the world, and best practice going forward. So for me, that's where we see it. In Microsoft, we're very keen to do a lot of investments to help those countries that maybe are not as mature in their journey in technology, and particularly to the cloud going forward, to try and lessen that digital divide. But also, as the professor said, it's not just within the countries, it's how do you ensure that the older generation, the younger generation, those of us, I like to say in the middle, as well, can use the technologies and the services, and are they more personalized for what they need? So we think about it as a connectivity, we think about it as personalized services, and then the final bit is a partnership. The partnership between governments, technical firms like ourselves, and also academia to drive these capabilities forward to deliver what's needed.
Yeah, particularly like your points about how we can address the digital divide between the younger generation and our aging society, because a lot of time when we're talking about immersive technology, frontier technology, people will say, Gen Z loves it, and we're going to all in. But what about our parents, our grandparents, who are aging on a single day, day by day? Do you think there is like any effective use case where we can help governments worldwide to not only supporting the younger generation, but also supporting our aging society for smart city developments?
Well, let's think on the small scale examples. I think that, as I said, there is a mindset that is important, how you adopt technology. So let me give you a case that is an easy one. I have a very good friend that the family has a beach house, and grandma was in charge of the coffee every morning. And she will do it in the traditional Italian way. So I will have my coffee pot, and I will delight the family with the coffee for the breakfast. And the father of my friend brought a very new, brand, high-tech coffee machine to the beach house. And the first reaction of grandma is, I lost my job. I lost my ability to get the family together for the morning breakfast until my friend, which is a younger generation, said, no, don't worry, Grandma. Actually, this works very well because you can have the cappuccino, the macchiato, the espresso done in a different way. Just don't put a barrier. Don't think that it's a threat. Embrace the opportunity to do more things. So over the course of the summer, she was trained to use this fantastic high-tech coffee machine. And she succeeded. She started to bring the family again for the fantastic, the grandma barista demonstrations. And actually, when the family left for the summer and she stayed, now she invites the girlfriends to come and she's the barista of the town. So it's a mindset of how you break the mindset that you adopt. And I think that's what is the secret behind, is the human component.
I love that. And on a related note, we know that in December last year, Elon Musk predicts that the world is less than 3 years away from artificial general intelligence, which will have the ability to write as good a novel like J.T. Rowling, or discover new physics, or invent new technology. In January this year, IMF, the International Monetary Fund, points out that 40% of global employment are exposed to AI, especially high-skilled jobs. So as a result, 60% of advanced economies in the world are having greater risk of AI-related job automation, lose. So my question is, when we are talking about all the benefits of AI, how can we help government to address the employment, as a result of AI?
Yeah. Did you want? Okay. So, since the Industrial Revolution, people have been saying that machines will replace work, right? When people were sewing back in the day, they were afraid of the sewing machine. So with each new innovation, there's a concern and fear that, in fact, workers will be replaced. Indeed, what generative AI enables you to do is become more efficient. I'm currently on the side project working on developing a script, and I am, as a creator, engaging in a conversation with these large language models to make my processes more efficient. The large language model isn't making the script for me. It is helping me to structure my script. It's helping me to organize my thinking. And as a partner in the process, it is enabling me to deliver more efficiently. And so what I think we've got to focus on is how do we ensure that people, and in fact, in my classroom, we teach our students how to leverage and utilize these large language models, because it's your ability to be an effective prompt communicator. It's your ability to understand what's high quality versus low quality content. It's your ability to be able to engage with it in a useful way that will create new opportunities that otherwise didn't exist.
Yeah, and change the glasses that we use to see the labor market.
You can change to these glasses, by the way.
Yes, thank you. So the glasses that we see the labor market today are the glasses of jobs. And jobs are a very old definition of our ability to get things done. So I happen to be a lawyer. Don't take it against me, please, but I happen to be a lawyer. But over the course of the last 20 plus years, I have developed skills that are very different from what I was initially trained. And in my job description, probably there is not going to be a label that says lawyer. It's going to be a label that says product manager, a skills accelerator, or leadership for frontier markets, different things that you acquire. So if we see the marketplace with the glasses of skills instead of jobs, we can see the opportunity, because the skills are much faster to acquire, are much faster to keep up to date, instead of thinking the old way that we need to replace jobs. The jobs are being replaced with a view of skills. And it's a transition. It's not an easy transition. And there are many initiatives across the globe to help to take the glasses of the old architecture of jobs to take us into the future of skills and how you develop constantly. So the key component here is something that we call learning agility, and how the learning agility can be enhanced with generative AI. And governments and cities can think about opportunities not in terms of jobs, but in terms of skills that the people will accomplish. And I think Microsoft has done a lot about that. So
I think, and to pick up on the both comments really from both speakers, for me, the biggest thing about what we're seeing now in generative AI is that actually this is transformational. This is not a replacement of technology just coming and getting updated. And if you approach it that way, you're not exploiting it as well as you can do and getting the benefits for A, your workforce or your customers or the citizens in the government sector. And therefore, thinking of it as a change program of where you can maybe pilot or prove the value of the capability and then drive it forward to scale is one of the biggest problems we're seeing. And therefore, when you think about some of the personal skills, we call our AI products Copilot for a reason, because it's the Copilot to you doing your job. And I don't believe that it will be 40% impacted. I think 100% of jobs will be impacted as we go forward. And how does AI reflect what your workforce change is, what your organizational change is, what processes are, and what new markets get opened up, and what it can do with the technology as we go forward. So for me, it's a really exciting time of how that's done, and you need to think of the skills of how do you manage AI as if it was another colleague. What's your communication skills to get the questions asked that you want? Are you going to analyze the data to understand whether or not you believe it, the same as if a colleague was giving it to you? So there's different skill sets, but what we're seeing in Microsoft is when AI technologies are given to a workforce, the creativity and the innovation is off the scale. We are saying, the phrase we use is bending the curve on innovation. And yet at a senior level, what we're seeing at the CEOs and C-suite is not only how do they leverage the business value of that, but how do they put the policies in places and the guardrails that are required with these new technologies.
That's wonderful. And we're talking a lot about sustainability. And there are some interesting figures from the United Nations. So in November last year, the UN highlighted that water scarcity around the world will affect 2/3 of the global population, nearly 5 billion by 2050. But at the same time, OECD recently published a report looking at the global AI demands may be around water consumption can be something like 6.6 billion cubic meter withdrawal by 2027, which is more than the annual water consumption of Denmark, 6 times than Denmark. So my question is, how can we make a balance between the very positive side of generative AI and the environmental impacts of such technology moving forward?
Do you want to go? No, look, I think that it depends on how you consider the projects going forward. So if you are going to focus only on the technology and not on the use cases that facilitate things, yes, you can get into a parallel universe where you will consume infinite technology and that will have a big impact in our planet. But it's part of the use cases that you use to innovate are more focused on how you increase the ability to have connectivity, to acquire new skills. And you not necessarily need to use the very large language models. You can just use narrow AI. Remember, there are several types of AI. And for some cases, you just use narrow AI. You have G5. And think about, for instance, all the frontline workers that can benefit and are benefit from these cases. So I think it depends on how you think and do the projections. Sometimes our proclivity is to go to the hype of the scenarios. And that's what economists usually do all the time.
Certainly in Microsoft, it comes down to how we impose targets and goals to get after sustainability goals. So even the data centers of most of the cloud providers will be fully renewable by 2025. But actually, the supply chain that we have must show, or every stage, what they're doing in terms of meeting the sustainability objectives if they want to be a supplier. So it moves beyond the stage of just talking about delivering sustainability. How do you impose the targets? And then more importantly, how do you measure them? And I think that will get after, because actually the technology is there to optimize and analyze the water consumption, the renewable energy, etc., and make it better in optimization. So I think the technology can do it, but also policy.
I remember Microsoft is also a leading player looking at how to put data into synthetic DNA, which are said to be like 1 million times more denser than traditional data storage, and that's pretty much carbon emission free. Is that right?
Yeah, we have an area in Microsoft Research, looking at lots of innovative and new technologies with our partner ecosystem. It's not an area I work in, but I know the health team are doing some pretty exciting stuff.
Wonderful.
Just to add to this, it's so tremendously important that we not lose sight of the communities that are directly impacted. And I think the thematic consistent through line here is thinking about centering those who are most impacted. And of course, we have an obligation to ensure our environment is preserved. And so because of the various amount of use cases that exist, we can limit what the potentials are. I know that Sam Altman says something like $7 trillion needed. We may not need $7 trillion. I don't even know where you come up with that number from. But what I do think
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, okay. Yeah. He should have been using Llama, that's the problem. But what we can do is think about the way that blockchain technology can be utilized to ensure that we are ensuring that the sustainability, the water use, the consumption is also being maintained, and that we are investing back in the communities that are going to be directly servicing and sourcing those raw material and resources.
I think my summary of the whole session is, whether it's generative AI or digital twin or metaverse, because they are frontier technology. So it will take some time to figure out which is the best way to apply that technology to our different smart city developments of different size, of different economic situation, and really bring value. And I really like the point from Greg, you said it's a collaboration. We need to get involved. Either it's government, it's business, it's academia, or it's like a think tank. We all come together to try to find out which is the best value for investment to drive this technology for the benefits of all our people. And I think this kind of people-centered approach will help us to really develop what we at the United Nations for ITU, we say it's a new type of public, private, people, and planet partnership. So in the end, we will be living in harmony with our planet, with happy people, with happy business, happy government. Job done. Everyone's happy. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for this wonderful panel here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back, everybody. I have to tell you, at the Global Smart City Forum, I've seen many panels in my time streamed from the stage out across the world. That was one of the first times I've seen a panelist streaming from their spectacles out to their Instagram channel. The world is changing, honored guests. And on a serious note, how refreshing to hear such practical case studies in learning, in transportation, in visual impairment, and how smart technologies are being put to use around the world. Now, I think I sense a healthy competition coming up in our next panel, because we're talking about disruptive innovation. And you're about to see on this stage representatives from some of the world's leading institutions from around the world. And so the challenge is on as we near the end of our first day here at the forum. leading us into this next conversation, someone who knows a thing or two about innovation themselves, because they are the Director General of MISC Schools. Please welcome, with what I know is going to be a brilliant conversation, with their panel, Stefan Sommer.
Have a good one. Cheers. Come on. Yes. Look.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm exceptionally privileged to be here this afternoon and to introduce to you our illustrious panel to discuss the role of disruptive technologies in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals in smart cities. So the thrust of this afternoon's panel discussion will really be smart cities in any region in the world, where we are in the development on it, and my friends and colleagues here will introduce themselves and will have a bit of time to say and to expound in great detail on what their research is all about and how it contributes to the establishment, development and sustainability of smart cities here in this region and in other regions in the world. I'm Dr. Stefan Sommer. I'm the Director General of MISC Schools, here also for the Sustainable Development Goals in the way of education, training, shaping the leaders of Saudi, here in Saudi, of businesses, private or for-profit, but also in the spirit of the kingdom outside in the world as such. So we are educating global leaders of the future in the spirit of Saudi. Without much further ado, I will ask my colleagues to introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll hear about their particular interests. Please, Professor Kamal.
Assalamu alaikum. Honored to be here. I thank Sadaya and the team for having me. My name is Kamal Youssef Toumi. I'm a professor at MIT in the Mechanical Engineering Department. I'm also the director of the Center for Complex Engineering System between MIT and KAXT.
Professor Solomon.
Yes, my name is Solomon Darwin. I teach smart cities at UC Berkeley. Now I also teach smart villages. And great to be here. And I would like to share my lessons learned.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Abdul Muttalib al-Siddiq. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you, His Excellency, for the invitation, and thanks for Sadaya for organizing such a wonderful event. I'm distinguished professor at the University of Ottawa and was the inaugural chair of the Computer Vision Department of MBZ University of Artificial Intelligence and director of the Multimedia Communication Research Laboratory at the University of Ottawa.
Assalamu alaikum. James Ehrlich, Director of Compassionate Sustainability, Stanford University School of Medicine. I'm also founder of Regen Villages, which is a Stanford spin-off company that I founded based in the Netherlands.
Thank you. Our experts here, which span some of the most distinguished institutions in the world, are really bringing to the table here the knowledge and experience as well as the expertise of not only establishing smart cities, but also making sure how they can develop over time and how they can remain sustainable over time. On that subject, Professor Ehrlich, if you could maybe just start to expound a little bit on the detail of your research to date.
Thank you so much. I first of all would like to thank Sadaya, the Smart Cities Forum, and also Fiora Barcelona for getting me here, but most of all to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and to the beautiful city of Riyadh. I want to just express sincerely, this is the most hospitable, warmest welcome I have ever received in my life.
Here.
Thank you. so I would like just a moment for a deep, soothing breath, that we can take that in and hold, and with one beat, release with a soft smile, and think about peace. Now, that is the definition of calm. Calm, by the way, is designable for cities. It's designable for residential communities. And our work at Stanford and the work that we do with Regen Villages and a Village OS machine learning software that we've been developing is exactly that. It's creating communities around resiliency, around clean water, renewable energy, high-yield organic food production, waste to resource management, as well as connectivity to passive, energy-positive homes, smart mobility, the integration, which is some of my colleagues here esteemed, on this whole idea of what does it really mean to take all of these things together. That is what is, from our definition, smart. So I just wanted to also thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for his brilliant Vision 2030, which I see clearly as being much more than just for the kingdom, but really as a roadmap, as an export product to improve the lives of humanity and planet Earth. And for that inspired vision, I can only hope and pray that this is something that the rest of the world can follow that inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ehrlich. Professor Abdulmuttalib, please let us know what you've been researching most recently on the subject that we're discussing here.
Sure, thank you. It's when we talk about smart city, sustainable city, we always think also about how we want our children to be living in the future. To be a good citizens means that we need to understand really all the context around us. So consequently, what the work we are doing at the Multimedia Communication Research Laboratory is to look at twinning not only objects, and we have heard today a lot about digital twin of the city, but also twinning the human being. So bringing the digital twin to be an entity for living and non-living entities so that we can learn on the go and we can try to enhance our health. So this morning there was a panel about smart city is about health, smart city about learning, smart city about sustainability, smart city about weather. So if we twin everything and we can have an interconnection, because the smart city is also about interconnection, and then we can have hopefully a digital twin where the cultural aspect is taken into consideration in a smart city, and therefore hopefully we will be able to have this intercultural communication through the digital twin in a smart city so that we can enhance the quality of life of humanity in general, which is part of the Vision 2030, I believe, here too, and not only the quality of life of single citizen or a single small community. So that's what we do. We use artificial intelligence to perform digital twinning on all aspects, from the simple sensors to the context information, to understand the culture, to understand the environment where we are and where we live.
And that kind of tool would also be able to cross the barriers of language difficulties, I suppose. Thank you. Professor Solomon?
Yes, this morning we heard a great definition of what a successful smart city is from Sunil Dubey from the University of Sydney. He said, a successful smart city is one that is driven by vision. I think we have that here, that responds to the local needs. So it's an extension, because most cities in history, the ancient cities that are so sustainable, were outgrowth of agricultural economies that are found and established on the banks of rivers that sustain them. And so he also said it's a bottoms-up approach, but also top-down approach, meaning it's the villages, the prosperity of the agricultural economies that built Rome and Babylon and all these wonderful cities that we hear about in history that were sustained, but also the top-down, because without a vision, people perish. And I think the Crown Prince here has that vision, and I think you have both of those. And John from the Linux Foundation said, what is essential for a successful smart city is open innovation, where knowledge should flow from all directions like a river to invigorate and inspire new technologies. So I started teaching smart cities courses at Berkeley for the first time. Prime Minister Modi came and said, you know, build some frameworks for smart cities that I'm building that President Obama then endorsed. And after doing that for a while, I said, you know, most of your people live in villages, so why don't we make the villages smart? Because 70% of our people live, and we are not as rich as Saudi Arabia to maintain the high-tech cities and maintain them, because the technology becomes very, very obsolete very quickly. But let's do the villages instead. And so we started the Smart Village movement at Berkeley, and that's all about empowering people, not with infrastructure, but with the digital technology so they could access global markets. And we learned that from COVID. When COVID hit, people left cities, Mumbai and Delhi, and walked back to their villages because that's where the river is, that's where the agriculture, food is, community is, legacy is, because food does not grow on the 60th floor of Mumbai. So that's what I'm doing now at Berkeley, but I think both are essential.
Thank you so much. Professor Kamal?
Thank you, Stefan. So I think in the end, you know, would be about the growth, prosperity, and happiness of people. And whether it is a city, a region, a country, or an organization, in the end, the important part is that how to use what resources you can have and how you can use them in a very efficient way. So I'm happy to say that, you know, with our collaboration with our friends at CAX, King Abdulaziz City of Science and Technology, we've been working for 14 years now, and we are continuing on developing, you know, technologies in different sectors: water, energy, environment, health, labor, the environment, and also the intersection between these. And like in an organization, you have many systems in a city and in a region, and how to make those, you know, operate in a very efficient way, in a very precise way, in a very fast way. And so for that, we need these kind of technologies to do that. For example, in the smart grids or in the water, or predicting, you know, when machines and systems are going to fail. Not when they fail, but predicting before the anomalies, you know, they happen. So all of this kind of technologies add in the resilience, in the ability to adapt to new situations. So this is part, in fact, you know, what goes into the requirements, or the, you might call them necessary conditions for success for a region or a city. So this is like one part. The other part is, some people have earlier today, I think, emphasized it, but this is the people aspect of it. And we look at it from two sides. One are the people, and so the people have to be at a higher level in terms of well-educated, well-trained, healthy people in their physical, mental, ethical, and also socially responsible people. So this is one aspect where you can also use technologies of this type, you know, in bringing the people up to a certain level. On the other hand, this whole organization with the systems and the people needs a leadership. And so the leadership A strong leadership with strong institutions plays also a very, very important role. They have to be visionary, to be able to see, as they say sometimes in the US, you can see around the corner. And then these days, because the situations are becoming very, very complicated, so one can use these kind of technologies for modeling, for simulation, for analysis, for design, for planning, for predictive, and predicting things into the future so that we can do the right decisions in that way. And thank you.
Thank you so much. I would quite like to ask our panel here. We've heard quite a bit about how smart cities can come into being and what characterizes them. Of course, what is also quite important for us to look at is the finance that will be required in order to set up a smart city to begin with. There's no doubt from what we just heard that in the future it will be exceptionally economical to be living in a smart city, and we'll research a bit more what that will require of all of us who might want to, or our future generations who will live in smart cities. But in the first instance, I would just quite like to also look at the politics of all of that, because to begin with, to start somewhere, we need to have the funds to get there. And how do we go about that? Professor Ehrlich, you want to have a go at that question?
Absolutely. So we've been modeling for quite a long time, actually, residential real estate and the IRR related to traditional rates of return. At the same time, there's another spreadsheet that's even more important. It's long-term positive externalities. And what does that mean? It means being able to, in 5, 10, 15, 20, 50 years, 100 years out, how are these communities faring in terms of reducing burdens on government, in terms of reducing burdens on healthcare systems, in terms of brokering peaceful, happier places, and in turn, spawning new economic models. So this is the kind of format that we think is critically important. Yes, there's a logic in real estate development. That's a 3 to 5 year typical terminal value. But at the same time, we have to be going beyond that. And that's really the impetus of most of our work.
Thank you. Obviously, the beginnings of smart cities would naturally be from existing cities becoming more and more smart. How does that start? I mean, Miss Schools is in Miss City. We are the first entity that is settled in Miss City. But Miss City will be a smart city, and that'll be new. But how would you go about looking at a city of the size of Riyadh, for instance, to make that smart? Where do you start? Where do you begin, Professor Kamal?
Yeah, I think maybe I can respond by an example, and perhaps using the example of Singapore. We have a great opportunity, working with them for about 17 years or so. And this is in the late 90s, early 2000, when they started, their knowledge-based economy and innovation. When we look at Singapore, early 60s, it was based on labor, intense labor. The 70s, intense skilled labor. The 80s, intense capital. In the 90s, technology intensive. And then the 2000, the knowledge-based economy and innovation. So what this means is that the city, when it starts, is not going to stop there. And it has to be moving, and changing. Even in Singapore, there were some businesses that had to move maybe to Vietnam or to China just because the cost was getting so high. And then it has to change, the mode. So this is why I was emphasizing at the beginning that the plan for the city, yes, it has some initial conditions, but then the ability to change with time and change with the conditions that are happening inside, let's say, the kingdom, for example, and also outside the kingdom, so that it becomes agile. And this does not happen unless we have the people, these leaders that have vision and they can do these kind of things. And up till now, we see that in the kingdom, alhamdulillah, with the Vision 2030, things are happening in a great way, and inshallah, it will continue for quite some time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. The key to many questions is education. Being a passionate educator myself, I always try and get my head round the idea what it might mean for the education system now and what kind of challenges it will have to meet now in order to prepare future generations for what's lying ahead. Living in smart cities, being sustainable, developing regenerative systems, that things that we have used we can use again. And I just wonder if our panel can offer a few insightful thoughts of where education could be going in the next few years. Professor Abdulmutallab.
So, yeah, absolutely. So technically, to build a smart city, we need to build a smart citizen. And as the vision of His Highness here and the whole kingdom, investing in youth and investing in schools and universities is where we go toward smart city, because we need smart kids first. So I believe smart cities need smart schools, and smart schools can only be smart if we apply a new way of teaching and learning to the student, from grade 1 till grade 12 and universities. So we need them to be able to learn anytime, anyhow, anywhere, in any environment and in any language. So we are building this great school in Minsk and in Neom, but we have multiple people from multiple culture, and everyone can deliver their knowledge in their own language. So if we have a smart environment, smart digital twin, where language is not a barrier anymore, but it is a tool through AI, a tool to learn, to acquire knowledge. There, I believe, where we put the first cornerstone. So investing in knowledge, smart knowledge, and investing in health, smart health. I believe those are the two main aspects towards next generation smart cities.
Thank you. I mean, I'm intrigued by that, because a lot of the work we do at Miss City, and especially in Miss Schools, is to make the knowledge that is being given to the students and that the students are working out themselves these days, to make that sustainable, so that they learn it in a way that they learn the skills with it, which will enable them to challenge that very same knowledge and develop new knowledge, which, if I understand this correctly, is the essence of what we need in order to keep smart cities smart into the future. On the subject of education, Professor Salomon, I'm just intrigued, because you mentioned India so much, being such a large country with such a large population, obviously with enormous educational challenges, because the size of the illiterate population is quite sizable compared to other countries. Where might the future, you mentioned Prime Minister Modi and what the vision for that, for India is, having many smart cities. How could that be possible, considering how many Indians don't even, or haven't even benefited from the most basic of education?
Yes, since most of our people in India, the largest populations of young people are in India. There are more Indian children in the world than any other children. They need education. And one chief minister came to Berkeley and said, you know, I want my children in my state want to be educated. I don't want them to go and work in Mumbai or Bangalore and Hyderabad or Silicon Valley. I want them to be in my own state, get educated, and contribute to the economy of my state. Otherwise, I lose all the intelligent people and left with the ones that are not as efficient. So what we are doing in some of the states in smart villages is using digital technology driven by AI to educate people where they are in their own villages. They learn coding, they learn how to make presentations, they learn how to speak right on the phone, on the platform, and empower them. They get tested, they learn, they get placed in jobs and work for companies outside of the country, to some in the US companies. In my own village in India, we have several people who never left the village and work for US companies. That is empowerment. And I think education is going to change, because you can learn all that you can sitting in a village, not traveling and contributing to the carbon emissions, and be happy. The families are together. They don't need to go abroad, and they can be very holistic and very wholesome. And that's the new way that we are thinking in India, because to educate people, that many people, we can do it locally with the digital technology and AI technology.
Thank you. If that were the case, it would lead to a complete rethink of education, because what you've just said, if I understand this correctly, is almost like education on the go. Meaning, even if you've never attended a school in your life, you could just learn things as you go for the very essence of what you need it for, rather than going to an institution, to a school or university to learn in general, to then use in a particular context. You just learn what you need in that particular context.
Yes, skill development is such an important thing in India, because there's a mismatch between what is needed in the market, and we don't need 20 years of education to really contribute to the global economy. So you learn what you need to know, and start. It's applying medicine where it hurts rather than the whole body. And I think people don't need PhDs. What they need is to learn the right skills for the right things, and that way we make use of a person's life and their time very wisely and contribute to the global economy.
Thank you so much. It's I just wanted to research one other aspect of smart cities, and as you've mentioned, my esteemed colleagues here mentioned a number of times, happiness and communal living. Now, in my understanding, the future smart cities, whether it is here in Saudi Arabia or in other areas in the world, will most likely be multicultural cities, where not only nationals would live, but international people from various countries, various backgrounds, various experiences, different education system, different ways of problem solving. Isn't considering that these different people from different backgrounds will be living in a very compact space, and there will be a certain reliance on them having to, yes, look after each other and be economical with their resources and contribute to the regeneration of that. Isn't that asking rather a lot of a potentially exceptionally disparate group of people that have been coupled together, sorry to phrase it like that, in one city? Can we have a view on that? Professor Ehrlich, maybe?
Sure. I think really what it comes down to is regenerative, resilient infrastructure. And if that infrastructure is there to support your family's thriving and has abundant surplus, that creates a circumstance for happy living. And therefore, in the context of neighborhoods and communities, that infrastructure is supportive of all of that kind of coming together. So we really focus on that, and then the cultural aspects are then able to happen in a more organic way. That's our personal feeling about that.
Thank you. Professor Kamal?
Yeah, maybe I'll add to this. I think for this to happen, or maybe at a high level, one aspect are the people. And when we talk about education and training and so on, many times we focus on the technical part, maybe the mind, the analytical side and the techniques. The practical things are also important. But sometimes we forget about the heart. The heart deals with the compassion, deals with how to deal with other people, how to feel for other people, and how to work with other people. And so that combination, I think, is very, very important. You might want to call it the excellence, integrity, excellence. The second part, I think, is culture. And like in any organizations, that are successful, they have their own culture of excellence, for example, of doing what their business is. So I think in these communities and even in the city, I think the same thing. If the city defines, its culture, then even when you have people from different regions or different cultures that they come and then they accustom to this culture, you can maybe define it as excellence and progress and so on, and then people that will help, I think, bringing people together.
Thank you. These great cities, as indeed all great ideas, start with a great leader, as we have seen here in Saudi Arabia. What does that, we touched upon it a little bit, but what does that mean if we look at the very distinct requirements that are needed for the fine functioning of a smart city? What kind of capabilities and aptitudes would be required in the leaders of such communities?
So we need to start teaching kids soft skills, critical thinking, thinking without boxes. So I don't like the terminology think out of the box, because there should be no box. So and this need to be really integrated into the curriculum from day one. I don't think we need really to go, as my colleague said, 22 years of age to get a degree. We need to study to what the society need, because our goal as a citizen in a smart city is to serve the society, and we can accumulate knowledge as we go. So we need to rethink the way we are learning. So, and that could start really at school and need to be taken a step further at universities. So I know sometimes the university professor don't like it, but we need to really completely rethink the university educational system, and having dedicated programs or blocks towards what the society needs, how we can bring those citizens towards serving this community, serving the society.
Thank you so much. I do, as a last question, and being here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and having been so complimentary about the reception here of our esteemed colleagues, but also the extraordinary moves the Kingdom is making at the moment, which impresses everyone, certainly all of us living here, but also all of those who are watching us from afar. In many ways, it is unfathomable. In that context, I have to have a last question, and that is, from all the things that you have mentioned here, and from my understanding, isn't NEOM the line, isn't that an example of a smart city that maybe could become an export that, you know, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia could actually look, we've built this smart city, now we can export the idea of that, of how it all comes together. Would you like to comment on that, Professor
Yeah, I mean, we're working on a project right now in South Africa, which is billed as a new megacity. And I think absolutely that what's happening with the line in NEOM is an export product and needs to be informing this project directly. So I feel that absolutely that what's going on right now here in the Kingdom is setting the path for the future of healthy, happy living.
Thank you so much. Well, on that note, I really have to say, I mean, that is a perfect, it draws the circle to the vision for 2030, that really Saudi is a nation, a kingdom on the move, and we will see a lot more things happening in the very near future and also in the decades to come. And one thing's for certain, once NEOM is up and running, that will be a great export for that the kingdom can give back to the entire world. On that note, thank you so much to our distinguished panel. And audience, thank you so much for your attention, and thank you so much for coming along. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, welcome back, everybody. It's the Global Smart City Forum. We're live here in Riyadh and tuning in from around the world as well. Lots of conversation and connection. Throughout today, when we think about developing smart cities, we think about capital, financial capital. But what about human capital? What about talent? What about developing, nurturing, connecting talent, not just across industries and sectors, also across generations? Well, that is the theme of our next conversation, which brings our first day almost to a close. Our two very special guests are assistant ministers in different departments, as you'll see, and our chair knows more than a thing or two about this because, of course, they are head of real estate projects development at a company that needs no introduction, and that is, of course, Aramco. Why don't we welcome both our special guests and that chair to the stage? So leading them out, please welcome Yasser Al-Sherry. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you've been having a great day as we have had and listening all to the great discussions that have been going on all this morning and early this afternoon. Welcome to this insightful session on human capital development for future cities. Today, we are honored to have two distinguished experts. My first expert is His Excellency, Mr. Ismail bin Saeed Al-Ghamdi, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. Just a brief bio about His Excellency. He is a Harvard Business School alumni with a rich experience in digital transformation and formulating strategies with a proven track record of success in maximizing performance of business and technology operations. His Excellency has held several leadership positions in Mobile, Cisco Systems, and Microsoft before joining Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. Welcome, Your Excellency. My second guest is Mr. Murhaf bin Muhammad Al-Madani, Assistant Minister for Development and Transformation of the Ministry of Education. Before his current responsibility, Mr. Murhaf was the Vice President of SABIC Corporate Digitalization Program and was SABIC's Chief Information Officer for nearly 6 years. He also serves as the Chairman of the Board of SAMAC, Ibn Sina, SABIC Supply Chain Company, Jibail Chemical Storage and Services Company, and SABIC Terminal Services Company, SABTank, and most recently, شركة تطوير الخدمات التعليم وشركة تطوير التقنيات التعليم. I am Yasser Al-Sherry, your moderator, and I hope we shed some light on the crucial role of human development in developing future cities. My first question to Your Excellency. In general, what type of human capital investments are needed to support future city programs and concepts?
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be with you today, and I'd like to thank His Excellency Dr. Abdullah and His Excellency Dr. Isam and the entire Sadaya team for such an outstanding global forum. Cities are the cradle of the civilization, and obviously the future cities will be the cradle of the future civilization. Human capital sits at the core, and while we embark on building smart cities and future cities, human capital should be a central pillar, a pillar that will create the workforce that will build these cities, the population that will inhabit these cities, and the talent that will sustain, grow, and continuously improve and upgrade these cities. Human capital investments will be fundamental to the success and the sustainability of the future smart city programs. These investments should be aimed to prepare the workforce for the digital, technological, and the sustainable transformation of urban environments. We developed the labor market strategy that was approved by the Council of Ministers back in 2020, where we've addressed the labor market challenges and the ambitions of Vision 2030, including the human capital investments. The Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development is leading the labor market skilling agenda and bringing together the alignment between the supply and the demand, as well as understanding the challenges of the human capital needs. To do that, National Skills Strategy was developed to specifically address the future challenges and equip the labor market with the relevant skill sets that are needed to all the sectors, including the giga investments in the future cities.
Thank you, Your Excellency. You put it nicely that human sits at the core of any strategy that is put for any development or future cities. And what better to talk about than to zoom about that aspect from an educational lens. And now my question is to you, Mr. Murhab. How can future cities strategically invest in education and training programs to enhance human capital development?
Thank you. Thank you, Yasser. First of all, I would like to thank Sadaya, led by His Excellency Dr. Abdullah Sharaf Al-Ghamdi, for such an excellent and informative forum. I very much today enjoyed really listening to experts from around the world discussing various aspects of the future of smart cities, from technological point of view, from regulatory point of view, policies, etc. And I'm very happy today that I'm part of this session addressing the human capital side of the equation for smart cities. Let's imagine we are in a smart city. What does it mean for us as a human addressing the smart city issues? Well, there are two dimensions you could think of. And both of those dimensions are linked to skills and capability. The first dimension is basically what skills do we need in order for us to develop those smart cities? The second dimension, what skills are required for humans to live in it and be part of it? Therefore, human capital development sits at the heart of the future of smart cities. According to the World Economic Forum latest report, 40% of core skills are expected to change in the next 5 years. 69 million jobs will emerge by 2027. The importance of reskilling and upskilling cannot be overstated when it comes to building capacity and skilled workforce in the smart cities. For this reason, significant effort have been made to address the upskilling and reskilling teachers through various training programs focusing on areas such as artificial intelligence, digital skills, and education, along with the efforts of the Human Capital Development Program. And maybe it's an important program that really I would like to shed some light on this important program. The Human Capital Development Program is a key program of the 2030 vision, led by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. It focuses on enhancing the skills and capability of Saudi citizens throughout their lives, from early childhood through the K-12, higher education, vocational and technical training, and focusing on lifelong learning so that they're addressing learning throughout the life that would address even the elderly. Aiming to prepare citizens for the future and to empower them and elevate their global competitiveness. The program targets improvement in fundamental skills, future skills, social and emotional skills, practical and physical skills. These skills are needed to build the future cities and could not be replaced by the technology that the future cities would bring. The program is designed to be inclusive, involving collaboration between governmental entities and the private sector and the non-profit organizations to ensure the success of our citizens. The program has many strategic objectives, among which are developing our brightest minds in priority fields, ensuring alignment of education outputs with labor markets needs, expand vocational training to provide the labor market needs, and also to improve the readiness of youth to enter the labor market. We can see those objectives are highly connected to construction of smart cities and acquiring future skills. And I would like to quote His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, as he said, "Our real wealth lies in the ambition of our people and the potential of our younger generation, who are our nation's pride and the architects of our future." Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, 69 million jobs emerging. That is, I'm sure, something, Your Excellency, is being addressed by the strategies that you are currently studying and implementing. But I want to focus on these strategies and these plans. They come at a cost. And my question to you is, how quickly do you believe that can society expect to see a return on its human capital investments in future cities?
In general, human capital investments are long-term in nature, with returns that we should be able to see in several years and sometimes in decades. Yet, some of the returns can start to become visible in 3 to 5 years. Having said that, Saudi has witnessed an increase in the labor productivity of 4.9% in 2022, the highest among the G20 countries, which is an evidence of strong reforms that have been put in place and shows the returns of the human capital investments that was done by the kingdom. That include establishing 12 sector skills councils of the main economic sectors in the kingdom, launched skills accelerator initiatives to train more than 322K nationals until 2025. Activation of the National Stimulus Program to private sector training, where set of the policies and incentives have been designed to help the private sector to enhance the training as well as the human capital investments. All these efforts and more have boosted the kingdom's human capital investment return and boosted the productivity.
Thank you so much. Back to the educational side of the development of human capital, which is very important, but I'm sure you would agree with me that there has to be a link between the two. And therefore, Mr. Murhaf, my question to you is, what innovative approaches can be employed to bridge the gap between academic curricula and the practical skills required by industry's future cities?
Well, in the midst of digital transformation around the world, era where the demand for the digital skills ranks among the top rising skill sets now and for the future, as indicated by the latest World Economic Forum report, emphasizing the significance of education becomes paramount. The Ministry of Education, for that specific reason, recognized the future requirement and has been active preparing students for those essential skills. These efforts begins with the curriculum enhancements and highlights digital citizenship, investment in emerging educational technologies, and digital tools to enrich the learning experience. The scholarship program that the Saudi government has indeed invested significantly in scholarship, and the internship program such as the custodian of the Holy Mosque scholarship program reflects the Saudi government commitment to investing in education and human capital development. To bridge the gap, we see that our higher education in Saudi Arabia, universities have already offering degrees that are crucial for the development of smart cities, including programs in artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, both at the graduate and undergraduate level. Those would bridge the gap of the needs for the capabilities for the smart cities.
Absolutely, I agree. And we talked a lot here today about investments in human capital, and it's a great investments. Your Excellency, in your views, what role does the public-private collaboration play in fostering human capital development for the evolving needs of future cities?
Well, the sector skill council that I mentioned earlier is actually a true example of the public-private collaboration, where in each council, it has a diverse group of experts, decision makers, including industry leaders from the private sector, making between 60 to 70% of the council. These councils will play an important role of identifying the opportunities, the challenges that are related to the skill needs. They will recommend policies, skills planning, and build occupational standards. These councils and similar public-private partnerships will definitely ensure the acquisition of the skills that are needed now and in the future.
Thank you very much. This is indeed an interesting dialogue, and I'm afraid that our time has come to an end. As we bring this insightful session to a close, I'd like to express my gratitude to our esteemed guests for sharing their valuable insight. It is evident that collaboration between human resources, social development, and education is pivotal in bridging and building the resilience needed for a dynamic human capital foundation for our future cities. Please join me in thanking our esteemed guests, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you. Thank you, Asad.
Thank you so much.
And another round of applause, of course, for Yasser and his panel. Thank you very much. Am I the only one who's applauding? Huh. Thank you very much. So, believe it or not, we're nearly at the end of the very first day of the Global Smart City Forum here in Riyadh. But there's just one more order of business that we have to take care of. You'll recall earlier in the day, in fact, a couple of times in the day, I highlighted the need for cooperation and collaboration. And Sadaya has been very prolific and very, very busy. And in fact, the other body or organization or entity that they have been working very hard to cooperate with here in the Kingdom is the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to officially present to you, as it is my singular honor, the National Occupational Standards Framework for Data and AI. And there you have it. Yes. You're doing what I'm doing. You're like, okay, what's happening? What is this? You don't have to worry, because that's why I'm here. The reality is that, as you can tell from the title, it is about the workplace, the impact that the workforce will have on smart cities of the future. But of course, there are frameworks that help them do their jobs a little bit better. How, might you ask? Well, let's take a moment and find out together.
With the rapid evolution of technology, new fields and applications have surfaced, creating a gap in jobs and skills that impacts the job market. To address these challenges, Sadaya launches the National Framework of Occupational Standards for Data and AI. The initiative aims to identify data and AI professions, along with their associated skills and qualifications, based on the latest international standards and practices. This framework is designed to serve as a national reference for data and AI occupations, most notably AI engineer, data scientist, data stewardship specialist, with ongoing updates to ensure coverage of emerging jobs. The National Framework of Occupational Standards for Data and AI, a better life.
Okay, when you see me smiling so much, because I'm really excited by the idea. A little bit sad because I'm not young enough to go and study, do any of those things. But I think it's really exciting that we're seeing a very deliberate process of understanding what it is we're trying to achieve and ensuring that the infrastructure and the human capital is available for us to deliver. So can I just ask that we acknowledge both Sadaya and the ministry once again? Thank you. And with that, we've come to the end of day one of this really special gathering. I don't know about you, but I've had plenty of food for thought. We've had some really exciting announcements. And of course, tomorrow, there's more announcements for you to look forward to. Now, I'm not going to tell you what they are. You'll have to wait until tomorrow. But we'll also, of course, be talking more about mobility. We heard a little bit about that today. We'll be talking more about mobility tomorrow. And you all know about the giga projects here in the Kingdom. We'll be getting a sense of what impact they are likely to have on the cities, but of course also on AI and how we roll out some of the initiatives that materialize the smart cities. And in the mix, we'll also make sure that we're doing all of this in a way that is sustainable, not just in terms of the environment that we lived in, but also that the projects themselves and the initiatives will see us through into the long distance. So I don't know about you, I'm going to be back here tomorrow. I can't wait to see each and every one of you back here with us tomorrow. So until then, have a good night.
With the rapid evolution of technology, new fields and applications have surfaced,